Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome to Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Al Bob. I am Sensei Al Bob, and don't believe a word I say. For this show is only for your entertainment and distraction to be a mindless ragamuffin. Welcome aboard, all you ragamuffins. What do you say? Who? What? Those are always good questions. Oh, yes. Well, the last few nights we've had some pretty good chats. So, no. Look at this. Who is here?
Make your holiday celebration doubly special with tender king crab legs from Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
Oh, yeah.
In Lexington, Tennessee, we installed a 22-panel ground mount Generac home battery system. How would you hear about power solar?
The secret is people getting together. The secret is telling the truth. Truth is powerful, and it can only be suppressed for so long, and then the truth gets out.
Yeah.
And when the truth gets out, a power is created that is greater than the power of the guns and the money that a government possesses. The truth is a very powerful thing, folks, and the truth is getting out to the masses, and that is what is causing the huge changes that we're seeing in the world today. And there really are a lot of changes in the world today. At last, there seems to be some sort of groundswell of at least semi-conscious people who are making a stand in the best way they can. Well, perhaps not the best way they can, but at least in the best way they know how. But the world does seem to be changing to some degree, folks, and the reason that it is because people are waking up to the reality of what government really is. Many of them don't particularly know what to do, but at least they are waking up to the fact that they've been played, and we are seeing a groundswell of, as I said, at least semi-conscious people. If you want to stay in for the long haul and lead a life that is free from illusions, either propagated by you or embraced by you, then I suggest you learn to recognize and avoid the symptoms of the zealot and the person who knows he's right. For the dissenter, the skeptical mentality is at least as important as any armor of principle. Christopher Hitchens. An understanding that this journey that we are on, this whole mission we are on to free mankind from the clutches of this cacostocracy, from this slavery system that we're all subject to. This entire quest is ultimately a spiritual battle more than anything else. And all the people that are looking for solutions or looking for the way out of this system, looking for the way out of this mess that we're in, all the people that keep demanding someone supply them with an answer, they need to look a little deeper and realize that they are the answer, and that they're not seeing this because they're very often missing that basic understanding, that basic knowledge that this is a spiritual battle more than anything. And it's due to the failure of people, generally speaking, the failure of mankind in general to step into our spiritual power that has caused these problems and that allows these problems to persist. And if you really want to find a way out of the system, that is the first thing you need to do, is to readjust your spiritual perspective. And essentially what I mean is you need to readjust your perspective of what you are and what your relationship to this earth is, what your relationship to government, to the people around you is, and realize that what we're facing here is a spiritual battle. It's the spiritual oppression that people have been subject to that has kept them cowed, kept them in fear of standing up for who and what they are, or stepping into who and what they are, even ever realizing the power that they have. Many people see this power within them. Many people know that there is a power that is dormant within them, but they're very often afraid to step into that power because of this lack of spiritual understanding that they have. And it isn't that they can be blamed for this lack of spiritual understanding. It's what this society has done to people. This society doesn't present any of these concepts to anybody. And in fact, it goes out of its way to make sure these sorts of understandings are covered up and viewed as something terribly new age or something esoteric, something like fairies in the garden that just shouldn't be paid attention to, magic and all that sort of stuff. Nothing practical that we ever need to know, just spiritual mumbo jumbo fed to you by people who white-face reality. That's the type of mentality that's put into people through the education and social systems, and many people are too afraid to even have or express any spiritual thoughts because of what other people may think of them for even having them. And really it is the suppression of this spiritual power and the suppression of these spiritual thoughts and the suppression of these methods of higher thinking that keeps us where we are. Because when you adopt these perspectives and you really see yourself for what you are and you lose stake in the outcome of your actions, then all fear falls away from you. And in light of what we're facing as a species, there comes a point where you simply have to stand up against the system and you realize how easy it actually is for you to do so. But of course, in saying this, I'm not suggesting that you suddenly go out and give up your job and become an activist and think that everything's going to work for you. I'm not saying that at all. But it gets to the point where you have to say something. And the question is, why not? Why would you be afraid to speak out? It's only because you have a stake in the outcome, you have a stake in the outcome of your life, and you don't have the confidence really in what you're saying. You know, many people don't speak out because they simply don't have the inner confidence in what they're saying. It isn't that they don't have inner confidence in themselves. It's that they don't have the real confidence in what they're saying. Because if they did, they'd be able to speak it. And that may be a strange way to look at it for some people. I mean, and I know some people just really don't like public speaking. They don't like to put their face out there. They don't like to put their voice out there. But it isn't just public speaking. I mean, you can talk to your friends and all that sort of stuff. But many people are afraid of peer group pressure. They're afraid of what people may think about them. They have a stake in the outcome. And I'm not suggesting that people simply become activists or anything. I'm just pointing out a possibility as to why people don't speak about their surroundings a little bit more than what they do. And, you know, it is quite understandable in many ways because it's an interesting life, the life of the dissenter. It's not really a path that people choose. It's certainly not a good career choice, trust me on that one. But there comes a time when you just see the system in your face so much and it becomes such an affront to what it means to be human that you can't just continue on living your life in some sort of a lie. And so it becomes a choice that many people are simply forced to make just to remain true to themselves. But it's a path that is fraught with pitfalls. It's a path that really tends to put you on the outside of society. And it also is a path that opens you up to much abuse from other people, to much judgment from other people. As soon as you put your voice out there, folks, you can be sure that someone's going to try to hack you down. You get one little thing wrong, make one mistake, say one word out of place, someone will use it against you. They always do. That's just the nature of the beast. Or even if you get every word in place and someone simply disagrees with you on some small detail of what you said, they'll still try to use it against you. They'll make all sorts of accusations against you and attempt to turn people against you. It's just the way things go. So it's certainly not the most relaxing path to choose, and you certainly need thick skin to stay on the path for any length of time. When you have this correct spiritual perspective about yourself and about your relationship to reality, well, non-compliance comes by default. It really does. You know, you begin to realize that the only thing that holds the system up is our willingness to comply with all of this rubbish that is given to us. And we simply don't need to. But we just do, and we never question it. But we should. Don't worry what anybody else believes and realize that we are all in this together. And if we stand together and address the criminals that are running this world into the ground and controlling our societies and running us into the ground at the same time, we can heal things very quickly. And we can do it without squabbling with each other, because if you've got this correct spiritual understanding, you're not going to be squabbling with people anyway. You're not going to be trolling the internet, accusing people of being shills because they disagree with you. You're going to be looking at the system and putting your energy there, putting your energy into uniting and respecting the people around you so you can all stand up in a massive wave of non-compliance together, because that's what we need to do. Simply stop complying with our own enslavement. It's really that simple, folks. In fact, it's so simple that people just can't see the forest for the trees. There's nothing to stop you getting involved yourself now anyway. There's nothing to prevent you still gaining these basic spiritual understandings you need to find your true path through life. There really isn't. There's nothing to stop you gaining these perspectives. There's nothing to stop you applying yourself to the situation that you're in anyway, regardless of what change comes or doesn't come. Because the thing is, if it doesn't come, if it isn't imminent, if it's just a one big smoke screen the way it always has been, and it's up to us to make the change ourselves, well, there's nothing to prevent you from making those changes to your own life now. And like I said, the first change you need to make is to adopt a correct spiritual perspective of what you are, and to realize the power that you have for change, to implement change in your life, and to put down all stake in the outcome, put down all fear of this existence, and realize that it's about the journey and what you do with the journey. But if you step out of your comfort zone and throw yourself to the wind a little bit, remarkable things can happen, and remarkable change can come to the world if people do that. Because even by doing that, you're not complying with this system. You're not complying with the path that society wants to lay out for you. You're choosing your own. And that's an important thing. That's an important part of the lesson, and it's how we gain the lessons that we need, by stepping onto this path and just allowing it to take us wherever it will lead us. Because very often you'll find that it's exactly where you're supposed to go. You just didn't know it because you didn't know that path was there. Because you never stepped out of your comfort zone. You never stepped off familiar territory and tried something new. We've got so much available to us at the moment, folks, that we could lead the world into an incredible place.
Yep.
And even with all this cryptocurrency and everything that's happening, the cryptocurrency could be used for us to step outside of this fiat system completely. It could be something really good for us if we take control of the system itself and don't allow the system to take control of the cryptocurrency. Now, these are all sorts of possibilities that we have. Everything that they attempt to do to keep us back and to hold us down is something that can be used to our advantage if we're sensible about things, and if we view every crisis as being an opportunity the way they do. When they stage all these events, they're all opportunities for them to introduce more legislation and tougher rules, but they're also opportunities for us as well in all of this. The situation that we're facing is an opportunity for us to step into our power. Even the oncoming AI, it is a great opportunity for us to do something wonderful if we take control of the system before the AI is able to take control of the system. And again, this is going to take us adopting a correct spiritual perspective in order to do this. We don't need to be enslaved by digits. We don't need to be enslaved by an economic system. We don't need to pay for every aspect of our lives. We don't need to allow an AI to be constructed, which is based on an economic model. But we have to take responsibility of that ourselves first in the real world in order to transfer this understanding to the AI, because the AI is learning from us. That's the important thing. Even with the cryptocurrencies, the way it's all being presented, it's all about profit. Get in now, make lots of profit, make lots of profit. It's all about profit. It's all about self-gain, self-gratification. None of it is about healing the world. None of it's about healing this reality. None of it is about moving the human race forward in some way. It's all about making personal gain. And it's all personal gain in the digital world as well, folks. Never forget that. It's digital currency, which means it doesn't actually exist and can be switched off at any time. The full armor that you can be standing in by having spiritual awareness is profound. Removing stake in the outcome and standing in your true power can change this system in a day. And every single person out there has the ability to do this. Every single man, woman, and child on earth has the power to do this. Everything about this system has been designed to remove that power from us and to prevent us from ever really standing up for ourselves, because it prevents us from ever knowing ourselves enough to want to do that, enough to believe in ourselves to be able to do that. But the release that you can get and the shifting of weight, the shifting of burden from your shoulders and the shifting of emotional burden from your shoulders you can get by simply standing up and standing in your power is absolutely profound. But nothing about this system wants you to do that. Nothing about this system is designed to let you do that. Everything about it is designed to keep you down. The food they feed you, which poisons you, which keeps you locked into these lower vibrational levels. The stuff they feed you on the television, the stuff they feed you in the magazines, the hope that they give you that someone else is going to come along and save you all the time. There's always someone on the border that's going to go in and bat for you. You never have to stand up yourselves. You sit there, don't rock the boat, someone's coming to save you. A lot of the independent media even does this as well. If we were to simply stand in our own power and refuse to comply with this system, refuse to comply with anything that causes us to step outside our moral compass, as I've said to you so many times, then we would change the world in a day. It's really that simple. That really is the key to the whole thing, ladies and gentlemen. It's really important that people see the problems and put down the fear of these issues, put down the fear of addressing these issues. You know, I can look at all the problems and all the negative stuff that's going on in the world, but it's not bringing you negative information. To me, it's bringing you positive information. To me, it's positive to be aware of this negativity. It's a positive thing. Because once you're aware of it, you can address it, because it's so easy to address it simply by remembering what we are.
Thank you, Max. You're the best. That's Max Igon. He used to have a channel called Black Crow, and I don't know what he's called now.
Keep it as easy and delicious as possible. There's not a ton of prep involved.
And so, say what? Who? Where? That's what we need to ask. What's going on? What are we doing here? Why are we here? I remember my dad. I grew up. I was born. I died immediately. Strangled by my mother's umbilical cord in utero. And the two male doctors who were smoking cigarettes at the time had salad tongs trying to pull me out of my mom's uterus. And luckily for me, there was this Dr. Black, a princess, a queen. And she pushed those two morons away, stuck me back in and I wasn't out. I was a breech baby. I was coming out backwards. And these guys were still trying to pull me out, right? And because they didn't get their hands ooey, playing with my mom's hoo-hoo. And so Dr. Black eased me back into my mom's hoo-hoo and into my little garage of a uterus. And she put her hands in there and turned me around and took the umbilical off my neck and left me in my mother's uterus for 10 minutes or more, so my mom's heart could get the blood going through my system. And then she took me out, clipped the umbilical, and took me off to her little ICU, her laboratory, where she had built a special incubator that controlled not only the temperature, but the barometric pressure. And, she was one of the first people. She had a patent on the little hose that goes in your nose, right? So you wouldn't need a mask and do all the stuff that screw with you. And she did not get that patent, meaning she had it. She went to get it patent, and because she was at Johns Hopkins, they said, no, we own everything you do, right? And that's when she split the scene and went to another hospital, Roosevelt, and was starting this specialized unit for infant, I'm going to say tortured, butchered birth, but she didn't believe in cutting up a guy's unit or a girl's button, for tradition, so. And that's where trauma starts, is at our birth. And it goes on from there. And luckily for me, I was placed in Dr. Black's trusted presence. And my mom went home so she could go drink and smoke cigarettes some more and left me there. And then my grandma and my Aunt Gracie and my Aunt Lynn and Uncle Steve came and got me and brought me home. And and I was put on a porch on the outside of the house. This is the middle of winter, February, in Long Island. And because it was a small house and there was no room, my parents didn't want me in their room, right? So I was put on the porch, the mud room, right? And I remember my dad, calling me mud guard, And anyway, I seemed to Michael Steve. He was the head engineer at LaGuardia, and he brought his plumbers in and put big radiators in the little room that I was in, so I wouldn't freeze to death. And my parents put me in a dresser drawer that had mold in it. And that's why I've been the one thing I'm still semi-allergic to is mold. And so my Uncle Steve made me this beautiful crib made out of redwood and pine and other aromatic woods. And it cleansed my body. And when I was 6 months old, I climbed out of that crib and I went into the house and I found I don't know where I got the knife, but I guess it was on the floor. And I crawled over to the electric socket and put it into the outlet. And I wasn't getting electrocuted because I was at floating ground. So the current had no place to go except into me and then stop and interact with me. And from that moment on, I was, talking to the EMF. Lala, good to see you, sis. Why do you always talk about your birth? Well, it's the first thing that happened to me. Do you always return to your birth? Yeah, a good deal of the time. When I go into state, that's one of the places I am because, it was interesting because there was this angel that saved me, and yet for the first moments that I was conscious of my birth, I was in death, and I wasn't scared, and it was an interesting experience because I was still in the uterus, and I was still being somewhat protected by my mother's uterus, and even though the umbilical cord was choking me, but it was choking my esophagus, and that I wasn't breathing air. The oxygen I was getting was through the umbilical, and I was still getting that. And so I wasn't dead. I was just, in death, and there's a real interesting difference between being in death and being dead, right? So that is one reason why I kind of talk about my birth. And it's also this idea or realization of that if you're not really trying to understand your death, you're not going to understand your life. If you're not comfortable with dying, you're never going to be comfortable with living. Yes, the child protects the mother. And my parents were so disconnected, so stuck in the control mechanism, right? Because they wanted notoriety and wealth and power. That's all they lived for. And their children, my parents weren't really parently minded. It was just, their children were like, fashion accessories, right? They dressed us up like little dolls. When I was a kid, I was always, my dad once a year took me to, get a suit at, what's the name of the tailors right next to Wall Street, Brooks Brothers. And I got my Brooks Brothers suit once a year. So, and my dad shined our, when, he got up at like 5 a.m. and he basically, shined all our shoes and made oatmeal and made he just made peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, put them in a paper bag. Because my mom wasn't a morning girl because she had been drinking and smoking all night long. So she was not, but socially, not like she's wild. She wasn't wearing the lampshade or anything, but she was a fan of alcohol and tobacco. And she lived to be 103, So the illusion of, alcohol and tobacco going to kill you. Well, on a certain level of excess, yes. But as anything, that you allow to possess you is going to control you, period. Yeah, oatmeal is the bomb. I still love oatmeal. My dad used to just cook it and keep it in the pot and keep the heat on and burn it. My dad was never, yes, balance. Everything is balance, and that's what right now, 2 weeks ago, I spent 3 weeks going to all my fancy high price doctors who take care of me because I'm an enigma to them. I have everything wrong that, the endocrinologist, the, orthopedic surgeon, the podiatrist, the GP, all of those guys know certain specific things and they measure those specific things in me. And you know, the diabetes and the other poisons in my body from that 15 years of total hedonism took its toll, on all my organs. But, my blood sugar, I keep, and just by my will and my discipline of diet, I keep my blood sugar, between 99 and 144. If I go a little crazy and eat cake and cookies and drink wine, it'll be at 144. But most people who have diabetes, it goes up to 300 or 200 or, and not so much with me, right? And I have Charcot legs. That means that the bones in my ankles and feet have turned to mush. And most people get their legs cut off when they have that, diabetic legs. That's what I got. And I have neuropathy, which is extraordinarily painful. And in the mornings when I wake up, I wake up to scream in pain, but I meditate and energetically change my body to where I can get up and walk. And once I get walking and get all my systems running, the pain is there, but I don't notice it. I put it over here. And pain's good because it kind of gives you the heads up of something's going wrong. Well, I know the parameters of my body, so I know if this pain is this, well, it's that. And so I have done this, and it goes against all, the kind of records that and the ideas and the disciplines and the prejudices that the medical motif has. You always, I'd say, I believe you protected your mother from the start. Yeah, I did. I did protect, that was pretty much it. My relationship with my mom was I was the protector on a spiritual sense, on a higher sense, because she had her physical thing. I mean, she was like, she was like Xena, warrior princess with the Nazi flag. I mean, she was definitely. Let's see. Same with mine. Mine was a military survival loving human. Yep, that. Yeah. It's kind of meaning my dad. My dad was, Burt Colonel, Air Force, Strategic Air Command, ready to incinerate the world. And he didn't fly airplanes, I mean, that's something you can do and disconnect yourself. My father was an administrator, so he was in deep with the planning and the instrumental design of destroying the world, and that's why he had real intense PTSD. The things he saw in World War II and then the things he saw after. Well, today, for you over there today, the 22nd, is when the bike comes again. Exactly. I don't know if you saw the show last 2 nights. I've basically been telling everyone that, the winter solstice is the new year, and the Romans changed it for business reasons to put it on January 1 with the Roman business calendar, the Julian calendar, and all of the things that we basically presently are we are de-evolving. We think, oh wow, our technology. Oh, you look at the pyramids that are all over the planet. They're not just in Egypt. They're in the United States. They're in Ireland. They're in England. They're all over Europe. They're all over Asia. They're all over Africa. And they're energy vehicles. They're tools. They were, we had there's a guy I watch, and he's all about the Totarian civilization. Well, that was just one of the in between, modern developed civilizations. And the thing is, so in first grade, I got, murdered by a nun. She was a Nazi war criminal from a death camp, and the Catholic Church, through the rat line, got her out of Europe into America, as did Operation Paperclip. It brought 70,000 Nazis, not nice guys, Nazis. Vernon Brown wasn't he was a good Nazi. No, he, in his underground laboratories and factories in Portamundo, murdered about 7,000 Jews, putting together the V1 and V2 and other weapons of mass destruction. And we brought him over here, right, along with Darnan, his boss. And, it's very interesting. If you go look at the assassination of Jack Kennedy, and you look at the guy who was the prosecutor in New Orleans, he was looking at all of that. He was. Did you know that Lee Harvey Oswald was being pruned and protected and molded to be a CIA property, right? And as a teenager, he was in the Civil Air Patrol, and I was in that. And it was basically they were looking for young people that they could put into the military on a high level. My dad being the colonel and being the guy in all of these special access programs. I was definitely on their list, and that's why I had all this attention my whole friggin' life, right? And when you are a high valued asset, they don't just treat you like a cog, like they treat everyone else like a cog in a machine. No, you're kind of like a racehorse. So they kind of give you special attention. And one of the things they know that to get the high level output is to allow you to do what you are capable of doing, and to let you make the choices. They realize if they can just navigate you to make the choices they want and have me think that they're my choice, then they get more valued access from that. And so my whole life I've been treated that way and given access to the most amazing things. But when they want me to sign on, I go, I don't think so. I'm just going to do my thing. And the underlings get very upset with that, but the super duper guys on top go, no, this is good. This is good. This is, we can get even more out of this guy, right? And so my whole life I've been that way, but I have never, when I was my friend George Christie, who is part of he started the ISIS Foundation, which was like the Theosophical Society or the Thule Society, and a whole bunch of those societies rolled up into one that was supposed to be the controlling element in the 21st century, like in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, when this guy was in my life. And he was just first kind of just there, but not making contact. It wasn't until I got to be 21 that he physically came out of the shadows, and he was just there. I was working at the United Nations. I helped put together a NGO, non-governmental office, like the Red Cross is an NGO. But ours was this thing called the Alternative technology foundation. And a good number of us came from Cooper Union, but others came from Brookings, others came from John Hopkins, MIT, Stanford, and I had run into most of these guys at other places. And pain is good because it remains, and we must never forget pain. Right. And the best thing about being sick is it makes you appreciate being well until you start taking it for granted. So I was talking about, the winter solstice, which goes from, December 21st to March 19th or 20th, right? So that's winter. But in reality, the planet was dying from, the fall solstice to the winter solstice, right? And, when fall starts, or from the, summer solstice to, that's like, when we hit the summer solstice, that's when things are starting to die. I mean, still summer and things are still growing, but we're already on the down slope, right? Now we're on the upslope. And I much like it on the upslope, right? So, like today's the sun went down 1 minute and 30 seconds later than it did on Tuesday, right? So on Tuesday, and why the Romans got rid of New Year's being on December 21st was that it was the one day that in the whole planet that everyone who could muster up their conscious intent could focus on what they wanted to do for the new year. And by doing so, it would give you a head start, and you could have a better potential of attaining what you wanted to do. And so I spent a lot of time on the last three shows. I mean, the one I did for 10 hours, and one I did for 6 hours, and one I did for 2 hours was all about that, right? And then just before I went on tonight, I stumbled on Max Igon's new channel. And he was, oh man, he was like taken off and stepped on and not to be seen. People thought he ended up in Gitmo or something. And now he's got a new platform, and that's why I played the thing in its entirety, because it was right on, Let's see. Yeah, how small the world really is. Yep. So we are in a 2022 is, the powers that be that they're just hanging on by their fingernails, is going to do everything they can to screw us, right? And, part of it was, Joe Biden was placed as president, right? And I've stumbled across, there's about 500 of you guys who watch this show pretty regularly, right? There's about 200 of you that are on the chat pretty regularly. And then there's about 100 of you that have become adepts, meaning you stepped out of just the chat and gone to the thing of getting hold of me at my email, the dudeawake42@gmail, the dudeawake42@gmail, right? And they say, hey, here I am. I've been watching your show. I really love it, blah, blah, blah. And then we start talking, right? And it's between me and them. It's not on the chat. It's not on the World Wide Web. It is on the internet. So the NSA and the CIA and every other entity of that neighbor can. And, it's interesting as things have progressed. Google has done its best to not knock me off, but make it, every time I start getting any kind of inertia, they do things to, slow me down, which is fine by me. Not fine, but it's okay in that it enables me to learn more, right? So that's the interesting thing about this. Let's see. Yes, here we go. So this is a good one. So I met somebody sent me this thing, Awaken with JP, and this guy is really hilarious. So I'm going to play this just so you guys can have some fun.
The far left is
Right.
voted again America.
And
We need you to voice your opinion now.
yes, we do.
There are over 12
in Afghanistan in perpetuity.
No, he is.
Go.
Yeah, those people. And besides, 4 to 5 days ago, I mean, wasn't that back when Trump was in office? And I'm pretty sure Trump was on the plane pushing those people off.
We've seen those hundreds of people packed into a C-17. We've seen Afghans
That
falling.
was 4 days ago, 5 days ago.
Yeah, those people. And besides, 4 to 5 days ago, I mean, wasn't that back when Trump was in office? And I'm pretty sure Trump's on the plane pushing those people off. Like, can we get him impeached again or something to get him out of office? Oh, allow me. I'm here with the president today to help clarify his great points and excellent leadership, and to help translate in case he starts speaking Bidenese.
So you don't think this could have been handled? This actually could have been handled better in any way? No mistakes?
No, I don't think it could have been handled in a way that we're going to go back in hindsight.
Look at this guy.
But the idea that
If
somehow
that isn't a pinhead, I don't know what is.
Not without chaos ensuing.
That's what
I
he
don't know how
wants,
that happened.
chaos ensuing.
I don't know how that happened.
He doesn't know how that happens, clearly. We could have kept a small security force in Afghanistan to help keep the country stable, but then someone wouldn't have a successful withdrawal from Afghanistan on his resume.
Back in July, you said a Taliban takeover was highly unlikely. Was the intelligence wrong, or did you downplay it?
There was no consensus. You go back and look at the intelligence reports. They said that it was more likely to be sometime by the end of the year.
If I may jump in here, technically the Taliban takeover was by the end of the year, but to help us build back better, we're going to choose not to acknowledge that.
You didn't put a timeline on when you said it was highly unlikely. You just said flat out it's highly unlikely the Taliban would take over.
Yeah. Well, the question was whether or not it...
Let me stop you right there, Joe. Pretty good chance whatever you're going to say next isn't going to be what the question was.
Senator McConnell said it was predictable the Taliban was going to take over.
Well, by the end of the year, it said that was a real possibility. But no one said it was going to take over then.
Yeah, like when McConnell said a Taliban takeover is highly likely by the end of the year, he didn't say by the end of what year, so we just assumed he meant like 2037 or something. He didn't say when. I mean, look, it's like earlier this week, I got into a car accident. I was driving along, looking out the windows at some trees that were suspiciously leaning right, and all of a sudden my wife screams out, "Stop, you're going to hit someone." And then I rear-ended someone in front of me at a stoplight. But my wife didn't say when to stop, so how would I have known? I mean, for all I know, she could have meant, "Stop, you're going to hit someone by the end of the year." And yeah, the guy I hit died, but that was 4 or 5 days ago, so I don't care.
When you look at what's happened over the last week, was it a failure of intelligence, planning, execution, or judgment?
Look, I don't think it was a fair. Look, it was a simple choice, George. When the Taliban, let me back it, put it another way.
It always turns out well when he puts it in another way.
When you had the government of Afghanistan, the leader of that government getting in a plane and taking off and going to another country, when you saw the significant
Suitcases of money, so he
Afghan
could
troops we had trained.
Anyway, so I mean, that guy is, and I'm going to play a few more of his. So that's woke up with JP, or waking up with JP, and just kind of like the dude awake 42 at Gmail. And good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome to Dreamy Dreamland with your sensei, Al Bob. And don't believe a word I say. This channel strictly is for masturbatory entertainment. I'm not quite sure. I don't like gossip Well, that's all we got here. We just got gossip, 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 because how else can you distract the masses if you're not just using gossip, 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 gobble, 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 chuck, 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 chuck. And I keep saying, guys, that, everything you think is real is not. It's just ego's illusion. This is just a sandbox. You are not your body. This ain't you. This is an avatar. This is just a mud puppet. And we made him from Earth, From Dusty came to Dusty goes back to. We're a mud puppet, right? And we are strictly here to experience, to learn. When a good, you gotta know the Bible. The Bible is in it, or the Quran, or the Vedas, or those books are interesting. I've spent a good deal of my life reading them. I was going to be a priest. I was going to be a rabbi. I went to I got more degrees than a thermometer. And what use are they? Nothing. I mean, I used them well in that I used them to keep going to school. I mean, for 30 years, I got paid to go to school and to study what I wanted to study, And I wasn't truly matriculating per se. I was doing research, and that's why I got to go to school all that time, because that was my, that's where they put me. That was the thing they could say, oh, he's just a student here. He's a graduate student. I wasn't, that's what I was. I was gradually, I was a graduate student. Lord of the Rings. Yes, Asimov. Yes, I love Asimov, and the guy, who's the guy who wrote 2001: A Space Odyssey? Was that Asimov? I mean, there are so many good writers, and virtually, H.G. Wells. Now, have you read any H.G. Wells? Do you know H.G. Wells? Go onto YouTube and just say, Google, give me H.G. Wells, and because he came from super poverty. His mother was a maid, and his father was a gardener, but they were a maid and gardener in like the Earl's big house, right? That usually had a big library, which was just there to show off, right? But H.G. was reading all the books as a little kid, right? And when he got to the age where he's supposed to apprentice, his mother apprenticed him to a drape shop, and that she thought that would be good for him. And he just was going to kill himself because he had been reading all these books and he was just a sponge and brilliant. And so, he left his first apprenticeship, walked 60 miles back home and said, listen, I can't do this. He didn't have the money to get on a train. And so basically he was allowed to stay with his parents at the big house, and this was a new one, so new libraries, reading it all. And that guy said, well, why don't we just send him to school, see how he does? So he sent him to, the public school in England is for the rich people, right? And so he went there, and it's very competitive. So every year he was there, and this is the guy said, so if he does, if he does well on these tests, we'll keep sending him to the school. And so HG, not only did well, he was always number one. And the second year he was there, he was at the school where not only was it competitive by, hey, this guy. So if you got number one, you could then be heading towards the university of your, like Oxford or any of the bigwig schools. And he basically opted, instead of that, to get the prize, meaning money. But most of these kids were rich, so they didn't really want the cash, but they had it, right? So he kept winning number one and getting the cash prize, because unless he was the Duke son, he wasn't going to Oxford, right? So he just kept taking the money and putting it into the bank, right? And he had his own money, right? And he kept doing that. And then he got to, and he did so well his last year in public school. They had, because, the corporate entity that is the English government needs bureaucrats, needs scientists, needs who, aren't the Earl or the Duke, right? Son. And so, because the middle class was becoming more important. And so he won a scholarship to a prestigious science university. It wasn't Oxford or Cambridge, but it was like a cousin of one of those. But they specialized. This was, if you were going to be a scientist, this place to go. So he graduated as a scientist, right? And so he then started to teach, and they don't pay him a lot. And so his passion was to write. So he wrote The Time Machine. His first, he wrote a book when he was 10 called Dandelions Boy. And I took a look at that book when I was in England. And, for a 10-year-old, it was pretty good. I mean, it was a good book for anybody, but writing it at 10. And he also drew pictures, right? So it was actually, if that book was produced today, it would have been published and would have been somewhat successful, right? So his first book was The Time Machine, and he wrote it, and he went to a publisher, and the publisher said, I'll give you £100 for this, period. And I'll put your name on it, so you'll get credit for it. But I want to own it. This is good stuff. I'm gonna spend the money to print it and bind it, and then go sell it off to booksellers. I want the profit. But I'll give you £100. And £100 in that day, like the 1890 something, I think it was 93 or 5, was like 10 grand. So he had no money at all. He was, a new professor, and he was either married or courting his cousin, and she was an intelligent, bright person, but still a Victorian woman. Now he liked sex, and he was all about open relationships and such, and so he basically, that was the closest girl he could find to what he was looking for. Hey, MJ. MJ, do you know Lana right there? She's she's been on the scene for a long time, as long as you have, and she is from Sweden. Sweden, yeah. Mm-hmm. She's one of my sweetest friends. And Lana's always been interesting. And Lana, MJ here is quite extraordinary also. You guys are sisters, right? So, so there he is writing. So he was very popular. So the next 3 books were Island of Dr. Moreau, which is all about, genetic engineering and creating chimeras, and, The Invisible Man, and, A War of the Worlds, right? And those books were science facts books where, guys like Jules Verne's was, imagining really interesting stuff, but he didn't back it up in a scientific way like HG did. And so HG, he just kept pushing the envelope on every level. And his books, those 3 were very, very popular, made him like the top 10 author popular guy in literature at that time, and the number 1 in his little ilk of science fiction, science fact. And he didn't just write those books. He wrote other books that were more scholarly, scientific things. So if you go on to YouTube or Wikipedia, they'll give you all the list of every book, and there are a number of biographies of him on YouTube that are very good. And so, but he wrote, so he still kept writing science fiction, but he wrote way more scholarly texts. And he wrote a book called The Outline of History, which was the second most read book in the 20th century. And that made him rich. It was the number one, by far. He probably published it in the 20s, and between 1920 and 1960, it was the most well-read book there was, right? And so that's millions of books. He was making some serious money, so he didn't have to worry about cash anymore. And but he wrote another book, Things to Come, which is my favorite sci-fi book of all time. So, Lana, if you're a science fiction girl, you should go read H.G. Wells' Things to Come. And he wrote it, in the 30s, and, like maybe 8 years before World War II started. And he knocked it out of the park. He said exactly what was going to happen, all the way through nuclear weapons, the whole thing, even Germany being bombed into the Stone Age, but winning the war and creating a breakaway civilization. While the rest of the world is like de-evolving, they like went off to the moon and to Antarctica, and that's exactly what they did. And he foresaw it 12 years before it happened, So that's my favorite book. And my second favorite H.G. Wells book is Outline of History. Very extraordinary book, about 1,000 pages. And he wrote it in 1 year, in one sitting. It was pretty amazing. So that is, Lana, has anyone read any of my stuff? Has anyone been able to get on my blog spot, my xratted.blogspot.com. And I think one thing, Google has made anything that so xratted isn't X-rated, it's X-ratted. And it's about anything with an X on it is extraordinary and is like not what it seems to be. So if you go through literature, especially technical literature, so like the X15, right? Anything with X is about exnography. Exnography is a Sumerian /Latin, /Greek/Latin word. That means it is something important being hidden. It is a esoteric or cult piece of truth that is hidden in plain sight, not hidden like dug a hole and put it in there and covered up and you can't find it, or buried somewhere in a book. No, it's right in front of you. And that is the best. Don't like Alburia. What is that? Tech. Teach algebra? Is that what Alburia? Anyway. So and I've stopped liking or disliking things, right? Just like I've stopped believing or disbelieving, right? I try to stay open to everything and understand everything and look at everything. That's why I'm a shamanic, psychosocial, cultural, forensic, anthropologic alchemist, right? And what is all that shit? Well, you can't understand any of them without understanding all of them. And I went to school so long, I got degrees in all of that. And, when someone said, well, a guy who looks at everything can't master anything. No. If you master one thing, you can master everything. So I learned, very young, I mastered electricity, and that has still been the thing that I'm all about. I mean, my worldview is the EMF, electromagnetic force, right? And I look at everything that way. When I was a healer, I was all about, my ability to access and help the patient, electrochemically, and I learned, I studied all of these esoteric occult healing practices, I live with Aboriginal people, and I studied their medicine, and the federal government sent me off to do this. This is when I was working at the VA, and my boss said, I want you to go study this stuff because the medicines that we have aren't really making it. So and everyone else in this discipline is so prejudiced by their belief. But I've been watching you, Al, and you are, going to be my protege. And I said, wait, I was like 19. What are you talking about? You're a surgeon, you're a colonel, you run, this gigantic hospital in Fort Hamilton in Brooklyn. And I'm just a breadpan guy. I'm a freak. And that's what I'm looking for, a freak, right? And he's the one who taught me about ethnography. He goes, you are hiding right there in plain sight. What you do is amazing. How British movies from the 70s are awesome, right? Like my favorite is Zardos and Time Bandits and Man Who Would Be King and what other good ones? Another one was Everything You Know Is Wrong. Oh, Lucky Man. If. Let's see. The Man in the White Suit. These are all English. My best. Keep calm. I'm always calm, And so I've basically, how I've navigated my life is that my grandma and Madame Olga Kluver, because Madame Olga Kluver, she was one of the girls that was a fool, right? She belonged to the Madame Blavatsky's school. She was Madame Blavatsky's buddy, not a student. They were sweeties. And Madame Olga Kluver, did you see one of the recent the Star Wars movie where Han Holo's son kills him, right? And the girl, who blasts off the beach planet and is she keeps wanting to get back there because she's waiting for her parents that she knows as a little child abandoned her, but she can't deal with that, so she keeps with the illusion that they're going to come back and get her, so she has to stay there, wait for them, thus having a really terrible life. But because of circumstances, blows her off the planet and makes her, get involved with the rebels, which she really didn't want to get involved with. She just wanted to wait for her parents and everything was going to be fine, but they're never going to show up. And she's living out in the desert, just eking out a civilization and people taking advantage of her. But then, she gets blown up the planet. She gets involved with the rebels and she realizes that she's truly an amazing. Everyone that comes in contact with her goes, whoa, who the heck are you? You're an amazing person. So her buddy, who she's like, run away from the sand because the guys are looking for her, basically are looking for him, and he finds her, and then they get on a ship and run into San Holo and hide on that, and he's passaging, animals that aren't supposed to be taken off their planet, and he's taking them to rich people, blah, blah, blah. And he's all, like he's always says, because he's a bad boy, right? Even though he was a general in the resistance, and he did that because he was a bad boy there. And the sweetie, Princess Leia loved bad boys, right? She didn't like. I mean, she knew right off the bat she wasn't going to have Luke because that was her twin. She kind of picked that up, and he was too good of a boy. Yeah, he was a sweet, a good boy, right? So, that's me. I'm all of the above, right? And so the girl, I'm also the girl. She finds who she really is. She's, Solo realizes that, this girl is like, Luke to the 10th power, and he could use her. He needs somebody on his crew. He's got this big show. He's just got Chewie, right? So he needs somebody else. And this girl, she knows technology because she'd been stripping, spaceships since she was, one. And so she knows everything about it, and she can fly like unbelievable. And so he goes, well, this girl would make a good addition to my crew. And he's trying to convince her of that. And they have to find something, and they go to this nightclub on the edge of the universe. And there's the lady who runs it, and it's this gigantic place, and she's like a midget. She's small, but she's not a midget. She's just a small person, but everything is like in order. So not like she's got a big head and a little body. She's like, but she's got these gigantic glasses, right? Because she can see in other dimensions. So she has to wear these glasses just to be able to see the 5 dimensions. So, may I ask you something? Of course, Lana. Ask away. Because, I just got a stroll of the story here. I'm just here to be the wallpaper to you guys. But yes, ask a question. I'm ready for it. May I ask a question? Yes. Okay. OKEJ. Okay. That's not the question. That's just saying okay. No, I know. Okay, come on, ask the question. Because I'm focusing on you asking me the question. Do 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 do. Do. I'm waiting for the question. I'm waiting for Lana to ask me the question. What is the question now? Okay. Good time for looking at something else while we're waiting for the question.
Trained, almost to 300,000 of them, just leaving their equipment and taking off. That was, I'm not, that's what happened. That's simply what happened. So the question was,
I have a feeling this isn't going to be what the question was.
In the beginning, the threshold question
wasn't the question, but I'm sure this will be.
Do we commit to leave within the time frame was set? We extended it to September 1st. Or do we put significantly more troops in?
Or we could have done neither and instead been successful by keeping the same amount of troops in the country. So it turns out the question was a dumber question. Instead, we could have asked a better question.
Okay, so what is Lana saying here? So after all these stories, I know that there is an important message. I just am confused by basically everything. Yes, okay, so very good question, And the guy would say, Biden didn't ask the right question, but you did, right? So, the answer to all these questions are there is no dumb questions. Yep, there are no dumb questions. So, the answer to the question that you just asked, and so after all these stories, I know that there is an important message. I am just confused by basically everything. Right? Okay. So the reason you're confused by basically everything is that everything that you are confused by is an illusion. Doesn't matter. Doesn't fit in to your spiritual essence that you are. And that spiritual essence that you are is that you are the one, you are the person, the character that decides. You're the decider. And back in the Bible, when the burning bush was talking to Moses, burning bush is basically, the physical representation of the great maker, right? And you may have noticed that I don't like to use the term God. I'd rather use the word dog, just like, to live. What is the word live backwards? It's evil, right? So all of this stuff that we're made to believe this is what we should be living. No, we shouldn't be living this stuff because it's evil, right? And we shouldn't be, serving a creature called God because it's really gob. It's a gob, and that creature is a golden bull, and everything is in that essence of every religion on this planet. They're all the same business program to use you as a slave. Your energy, your activity, your spirit, it's all to be enslaved, and what you really are is the decider. So the burning bush, when Moses said, okay, the burning bushes, go to Egypt and save our, the Hebrew nation. Well, the burning bush, the Hebrew nation weren't being enslaved by Egyptians, like, to clean the toilet. No, the Hebrew nation was enslaved by themselves, their ego and their greed for power, right? And if you read the Old Testament, in the Torah, and that's why the Torah is in a scroll, they roll it out, and they have these little silver and gold things they stick on their finger, and they point each letter, and each letter is, in the Hebrew alphabet is equal to a number, and they write down the numbers, and it's an algorithm that they then put into their little computer, which is the whole construct of the Cabal, and they get this kind of strange, powerful wisdom. And that was the thing that was oppressing, that was, that kind of egocentric information of power was the thing that was oppressing the Hebrew nation from their who they truly were, right? Their deep self, right? Their true self. And their true self is, see, the real story about our life, it's your life is not about you. It's about the we in me, right? And that we is all our relations. And in a shamanic, the shamanic frame, worldview is that we're all interconnected. That's what Gaia is. We're all interconnected. That's what your chi is. It's that energy of connectivity with everything, right? And the prana is the life force coming from above, right? And that is a scalar hologram. And we breathe it in. What animates this bag of mud, if we didn't have the prana and the connectivity to the chi and Mother Earth, we would just be, a bucket of mud, right? Not doing anything. What brings on consciousness? It's not this body. So when the burning bush asked Moses to go save the Hebrew nation in Egypt and set them free, wasn't from, the Egyptians, but from themselves, right? And that's why they spent 40 years in the desert, because he's trying to get them to get a hold of the whole idea of who and what they are, right? Anyway, so most smart guy, and the burning bush goes, listen, if you go do this, I will answer one of your questions without being any mumbo jumbo, right? So most smart guy, and he asks him a really good question. What's your name? Who are you? And what are we doing here, right? So, in the King James Bible, it says that the burning bush says, I am who I am. Well, the only person who says that is Popeye the Sailor Man. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. I am who I am, who I am. That's the only guy who says that. Burning Bush does not say that. The Burning Bush says, I am the work in progress, and you, meaning the human race, are my mirror to see how I'm doing. And that's why we're here. What we're supposed to be doing here is to be in co-creation with love, because that burning bush is love, one love, right? Not a whole bunch of love, one love, right? And we are supposed to, our life is to be committed to that love, not sexual love, not the love of money, not the love of this, but love's co-creation. And if you want to see what that is, the best physical representation is you look at any Aboriginal person, and you, like I spent many years being an anthropologist living with Aboriginal people and First Peoples, meaning 3 different times I went into the bush and lived with peoples who I was the first representation of a white person, first representation of the corporate military world, first representation of the European imperial motif, first representation of a person who's been exposed to Western religion. So some knowledge is best forgotten for a reason. Powerful to forget, right? But you don't forget. That is amazing. Yes, I don't forget, And I've had many, because before I got here, I made an agreement with Bob that I would come down here and do my best. He said, you don't have to be perfect, just do your best. And that's what I'm here to do, to serve love's co-creation by doing my best so I can be an example to you folk. And that's why you're the cadre. And the folks who are the adepts are the ones who gave me a call at the Dude Awake 42 at Gmail, which is, my email address. And we communicate over email. And then once we do that, we feel comfortable I use WhatsApp. And so I talk to a lot of people all over the world on WhatsApp, right? And it's nice to, it's nice for you to see me and hear me, but it's a one-way conversation. And the chat, I love the way our chat is, because it is a community. It's just not a bunch of individuals talking to me, trying to be smart, but everybody who goes on the chat, what I love about this is that you expose your heart. You open yourself up. You ask questions that are, not constructs of some kind of scholastic motif. No, you are an adept there going, hey. So that's why I love the chats. That's why the cadre is what it is. And that's, when you want to go deeper and really commit. And when you commit, you don't commit to me. You commit to yourself to do this, right? So just yesterday was New Year's Eve, right? And why the winter solstice is so powerful as New Year's Eve is that if you're prepared to say, and with conscious intent, I am going to do this for the next year, whatever it is. And, with conscious awareness, meaning I'm not just going to be asleep. I'm going to wake up and not be woke, because, being woke is basically kind of, again, I what the powers that shouldn't be, they keep taking my language and turning, like, I used to be a liberal. I can't be a liberal now. What's a liberal? Someone who feels racist, feels guilty about being racist. And, it's like annoying, and to constantly have to rearrange your language structure. Here we go.
At Kroger, save up to $45 on pickup or delivery.
Yep.
Columbia City, Indiana. He just had 22 panels installed on his roof. and got our Generac battery backup system. How did you hear about it?
Are you a white person who wants a lot of credit for helping to create racial equality while you do nothing to help create racial equality? If so, that means you want to be a woke white person. So listen up, because I'm going to give you your PhD in wokeology. As a woke white person, your mission is to attack as many other white people for being racist online as you possibly can. But don't worry, them actually being racist isn't a prerequisite for you attacking them for being racist. Everyone knows that racism is hate, but as a woke white person, you know that the best way to heal the world from hate is to hate the people that are spreading the hate. Let's take a look at your woke white person black belt skills in action. Tomorrow we should cancel the term white belt. Let's say you encounter another white person saying something as racially hateful as, "I love black people." Now, at first glance, that could seem supportive to the black community, but as a wokeologist, you know that people never say what they mean. They mean what you think they mean. You can accurately determine what they meant by leaping to incredibly large assumptions that come from your mind and not theirs. Then you can inform them what they meant by what they said. In this case, it could be, "You just think the black community is so weak that they need your love." And now we've just exposed their white fragility. Then probably ignore the fact that you're acting from the presupposition that the black community is so weak that they need you to protect them. Next, call on the hyenas to come attack your prey in the comments section. And finally, be sure to take a screenshot of their post. That way, after they delete it from being emotionally abused by you, you can repost it to make sure they keep getting what you think they deserve. And so their thought that you don't like will continue to live on. You get the sensation that you've helped because of the highly emotionally charged feeling that developed inside of you while you weren't helping. This helps make your efforts all about you, not about racially oppressed people. Because it's your job to find racism in what white people are doing and saying online, whether it's there or not, here's some woke principles that'll help you find racism in anything. Assume that all white people that aren't you are racist. Take what they say out of context. For example, if they said, "I didn't enjoy watching that game," you could say, "That's because a lot of the players are black." Accuse them of racism for what they're not saying. For example, if they post a picture of their dinner, accuse them of racism because there's no black people in their food. Accuse them of being a racist. And if they deny it, inform them that denying being a racist is the first thing a racist person would do. If you see someone actively supporting racial equality, let them know that they're only doing it as a virtue signal.
Enough of that. That guy is there. Too much of him is too much. But he's really great for just giving you that splash of the insanity of what we're living amongst, and he's trying to call it out in the best way he can. And I think it's called Awoke with JP. And so there are a lot of people out there doing some pretty amazing thing. Lana, everyone on the chat tonight, and you're all doing your best, and that's why I love you. That's why I do this show, right? And that's why I do it the way I do it, because if I tried to do it in a scholastic, teacherly kind of way, it wouldn't work. This is, I am your griot. I tell you stories, right? I do it in a shamanic way. So, an hour or so before I hit the button, I prepare myself just like I do when I wake up, every morning. In pain, I have to meditate. I have to prepare myself, and I do. And then I splash that juice out into the world of the WWW, out to all of you, right? And that's why you guys, what is he talking about? But it's so interesting. But I'm being affected somehow. I don't even know how. And that is why I do this, because when you go, I don't know, like, what's the name of this? Who, what, and where, what's going on here? That's what I'm trying to make you do, because you have to do it yourself. Now, if you come on the old, email and come to me through the DoTheWake42 @gmail, Then we can have a little more. You can ask me the kind of question that I can think about and then give you a really good answer to you and not the general everybody, right? And I'm more specifically talking to you because we started a relationship, and I can take that analytical mind that I've been given that remembers everything and, bring it to you and help you go into your Akashic record. And that's because that's why I remember everything, is that I don't have, all I have to do is close my eyes and take a big breath. Bingo, there I am in the Akashic record. I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing the 28 screens around it. I see the door to my right that goes to my super conscious mind, and then my eyes open up and bingo, there I am. I'm looking at you guys. Don't know what must be another language. Well, you got to remember when that nun crushed my windpipe and broke my jaw and crushed my orbit and broke the little bones in my ear, she shamanically changed me. I hear things different than people do. I see things different than people do. And I speak different than people do. So there's certain vowels and consonants. And I whistle and click a lot. So I sound like the Hmong in Africa, right? So, and when I visited them and I talked the way I do, they were like, oh, he's one of us. It was quite interesting. It's kind of like I write and my spelling and grammar, I obliterate it because spelling is a spell. I spent many years in dusty libraries reading books that were describing English as a spell. Every English word has a opposite meaning to what it says it's meaning. And it has a third occult, esoteric, and paranormal connection. So you use these words, and you are saying ceremony. You are creating sitchins. You are doing all kinds of stuff you don't even know you're doing. And thus you are easily taken advantage of. Thus you are the prey, right? All for using the English language. And that's the interesting thing of the English language, is it's made up of so many others, not just Anglo-Saxon. It's French, it's German, it's Dutch, it's Hebrew, it's Sumerian, it's Greek, it's Latin. Fine, let's talk. Well, that's why I love you. Yep, and that's why I love you guys. You went off the round. I always go off the round. It is so much. Yep. It's so much everything. Fun and frustrating and frightening and all that. And I'm trying to get everyone to realize that they're the decider. That it's their life, not somebody else's. That they only need to do their best. They don't have to be perfect. Just your best. Most people can't even do their worst, So, and it is a lot that I do here, but I keep doing it so you can get used to it and be part of it, and then take it on your way and share it with others. And that's the way we are working towards, going home. That's how, we need to ascend, and we can only do that by doing our best, not by being mediocre, which is all the system wants us to be, is mediocre. The guy who wrote Slaughterhouse-Five, he wrote Welcome to the Monkey House. And that's a great book because it's a bunch of short stories. And you heard me kind of whistle there, wait till I start clicking. He wrote this one short story in Welcome to the Monkey House. It was about the handicapped general. And in the American government, they found that because everyone had to be equal, everyone had to be woke. And so if you're really pretty, they put a bag over your head. If you're really agile and graceful, they put weights on you so you would stumble around. If you had real sharp intent, they, stick things in your ears and cover in your eyes. And so that's kind of the world that we're in. We're in this world where the hidden hand is constantly manipulating the illusion of the environment, so it can take advantage, because we are a biochemical electric device. And the movie The Matrix, that scene where Nemo kind of wakes up in the bathtub and he sees a zillion of these bathtubs with lightning going up and down this thing. And, everyone was like an ever-ready battery, and that's kind of what we are. But when we are consciously aware and take that awareness, can I call it? Of course you can, right? Get a hold of me on the good old email. I'll give you my phone number. You give me your phone number, and you'll, if you have WhatsApp installed in your phone, you can do that. Now, the thing about me, so one of my phones, is, I bought this, when I live in the deep green, my phone doesn't work. So after years of having to drive 30 miles just to make a phone call, I fell one time, and, if I really had hurt myself, I wouldn't have been able to call anybody, and people would have found me being eaten by squirrels. I decided, okay, I'll go get another phone, and I did, and I got, went to Walmart's, and I bought a smartphone for $20. It was as smart as my really smartphone from another purveyor, and anyway, so I used it, and it wanted me to sign up to everything, Google and this, and everything, Twitter and all the above, and I, Facebook, and I just ignored it, used it as a phone. And I could go on YouTube and watch things, right? Not put anything on there or do anything into it, but I could watch it, right? And that was, they kind of wanted that so they could sell advertising and my little eyeballs watching. That was fine. But at a certain point, it started saying, no, you have to really join Google. We want, you to sign up so Google will do everything for you. And I said, no, I don't want that. All I wanted is the phone that works in the woods and that I can watch things on it. And that was fine for about a year, but then it slowly started shutting things down that I didn't even use, right? So I didn't use any of this shit. And they go, oh, this app is, not using because you're not joining. Well, I didn't use it. Who cares? And they kept doing that until the point they basically took everything except the stuff that Walmart's, so it now still works as a phone, but it won't work for anything else, right? So then I tried to say, okay, so I went to Walmart today, and because I went to their phone guy. So I said, so are you the phone guy? Yeah, I'm the phone guy. So I said, listen, this is my problem. I said, okay. And so I started doing the phone tree of signing up for Google. And he did, he was the person who's supposed to be the expert on cell phones in that store, and he knew nothing. He could barely breathe, right? And so, and as I waited for the phone to reply to what I was trying to do with it, I was talking to this guy. So I said, let me see your palm. So I read his palm, and he was an open, honest, somewhat balanced person, not an angry person, a person who thought with his heart and felt with his head. And, and as I'm explaining who he is, he's going, wow. And then he goes, you're saying that I'm gay. I said, wait a minute. Well, saying that you are intelligent and you're calm and you're well balanced, that means you're gay? I said, so, everyone should be gay then, And he started to laugh and, but he knew nothing about the cell phone. And he was expert in that department for cell phones. And that is what the system is doing. it's like because it wants to push everyone into AI. When I went to call Google, and AI was interacting with me, but every time I wanted to talk to a human, because AI only wanted me to get more and more and more, to put my whole life into Google land. And I didn't want to do that. I just wanted this, this, and this. And it wouldn't let me do that. Right? It just said, no, you got to, And then when I started making really strange, passwords, it was getting upset because I was making Latin words that meant Google is the devil, and it didn't quite like that. I mean, it knew what Greek was, I was using ancient Greek, and so, and then I tried to, get Google to show me its palm so I could read it, and it said, no, I don't want to, no, can't get in my head. The Dude Awake 42 at Google. All one word, small print. The Dude Awake 42 at Google. No, at Gmail. Excuse me. Not at Google. No. Take that away. Gmail, not Google. Because Google's wanting to take over everything, even its own email. But it's, So I'm the Dude Awake at Gmail. Dude Awake 42 at Gmail. Dude Awake 42 at Gmail. And then we can go from there, right? So why don't you do it now? And my little phone will ping, and there it is. The Dude Awake 42 at Gmail. So the Dude Awake, no, not the Dude, what's up? It's, what's up? The Dude Awake 42 at Gmail. Just download WhatsApp. Yep, just download. Yeah, I already got WhatsApp there. So the Dude Awake 42 at Gmail. No, Google is good. And then she laughs. And those guys, I saw them at MIT, when they were still grad students, right? At this conference. And we were talking about this. And they said they were doing it because they wanted to do only good. They wanted to give a vehicle, and their algorithm, that they were like showing the algorithm. Their algorithm was the best because it was really interactive, where the other algorithms that were controlling the other search engines at the time were wasted time. And, all of these guys are just poster boys. They aren't really the real deal. They all have been chosen because they make good poster boys. Elon Musk is, Mr. Facebook, Bill Gates, they're all poster boys. They aren't luminescent geniuses. They know squat. I mean, I saw an interview with Elon Musk where he, was going on, someone said, so why'd you name your car company Tesla? And he goes, well, someone, in the business office said we should. And then someone said, well, of the inventors, Tesla or Edison, which one do you like better? And he said, oh, of course, Edison, because he was making money. I mean, he was stealing every idea he could from it. He was brilliant at monetizing technology. And that's what I want to do. And now he's, when he was on Joe Rogan, he kind of tried to shy away from that. And he is all over the place. He has no meaning. I am who I am, like Popeye. I am who I am, right? And I am also that work in progress. Whereas Elon Musk sees himself as a character going to the finish line. In my life, there is no finish line, Even, I've died 6 times already, so I know there's no finish line even in death, It's a process of ascension. And we are only here to get closer and closer to love's co-creation. That's it, not anything else, right? I Sam Popeye. Yep, exactly. We're all Popeye. or olive oil, or sweet pea. I'd rather be sweet. Sweet pea he knew what was going on, the little baby. He was always on top of it, right? So, let's see. How long we? Hour and 40 minutes. Oh, gang, just hold on there for a second. I have to move, because if I don't move, I start to rust. Get up and move just a little bit. Ow, 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 ow. Whoa, baby. And when I start to rust, there's my butt. If I start to rust, that's when it starts to really hurt. Oh, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. So this is a form of Tai Chi. Not the form that most people know or use, but it's one of the many forms of Tai Chi. And so this is the one that works the quickest for me. If I were to do it the more traditional way, it wouldn't start the flow of my chi like this does. And then there's Qigong, which accumulates chi. And then you can move it through your body, which then clears out the blockages. Oh boy. Okay. See, that didn't take long. But if I didn't do that, I wouldn't have been able to move at all. And the other little thing is, being on the BOP here, I'm back in town, so I'm seeing a lot of people. And I came back to Roanoke because this is another town that I spent a lot of time in. Know a lot of people, have done a lot of things here to help people start organizations and move things and get things going, because Roanoke, Virginia is definitely one of the interesting microcosms of the United States. You want to see what's going on in America? Just Roanoke. And you can do that too. There are a lot of cities that are, like cities like Chicago, Philly, Boston, New York, DC, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle. They represent themselves more than everybody, even though they do have that component, because that's a very American thing of the everybody thing, right? But Roanoke really is, because it was a transportation hub, because it's not only its transportation, because highways, the major entities go through here. This was a railroad center. It's an airport center. It's right on the main line of all the DUMBs, the deep underground military bases that run from basically Maine to San Francisco, right across the country. Because what they did was they stumbled across the ancients. There was a great 1970s TV show on ABC, American Broadcasting Company, and they had four. They had Batman. They had this thing called the Super Train. It might have been on NBC, but I think it was ABC. They had Land of the Giants. They had, The Outer Limits. CBS had Twilight Zone. There was some other, Boys at the Bottom of the Sea. What other ones? A Time Tunnel. And the Time Tunnel was straight out of what was going on at Brookhaven, Long Island, and at the Montauk Project, which was known as the Rainbow. And the Rainbow Project came from the Philadelphia experiment, where Tesla and Einstein and a few others basically used a destroyer, the Eldridge. They were looking for to be able to put a battleship in an electronic bubble, so radar, to make it stealth, right? And they did do that, but they put a little bit more oomph than they needed, and basically made a dimensional bubble and popped the Eldridge from the dock of the Philadelphia shipyards to I'm not quite sure, to either Texas or New Orleans, or 1,000 miles within less than a second. This blue glow came around the Eldridge, and then all of a sudden, bang! It disappeared completely, and then it reappeared in this other place where people, whoa, and then bang, it went back to Philly, and it could have easily went bang into nowhere, but it didn't. And then when they rushed on there, basically everyone had a experience that was worse than a zillion hits of LSD with meth. And there were a number of individuals who were frozen, but still animated, meaning, they were below, a zillion degrees below zero, but still walking around. They were like Mr. Freeze. And there were others who were stuck in the metal, meaning when the bubble went on, either they were walking or doing something, moving, and the ship traveled all the way over here, stopped for a second or two, and then went all the way back. And all of that, when it finally came to rest, and because they turned the juice off, there were like 20 people were still alive, but stuck in the metal of the boat. A third of their body was stuck on a bulkhead in their one arm, and their head was out screaming, and they were still alive, and they didn't die. They were still alive, and the guys who were frozen were still alive, and there were guys who were on fire who were still alive, right? Almost half of the 150 guys who were on that boat were in some form, and they were all fucked up emotionally and psychically, and they did it again. They did it 3 more times before they said, okay, we got to figure this out a little better, because, and so they took that crew and took them off, and the poor people who were stuck on the bulkheads, they sliced them off. I mean, they were still alive. They weren't dying. They weren't, wearing out. They weren't, they just cut them up. And that's, you have to realize, you look at the United States, we have done more nasty experiments on people than the Nazis ever did. But, the Nazis were only around for 15, 20 years. We've had, over 200 to do some pretty nasty, the experiments, the Tuskegee boys, they gave them syphilis, and they could have cured it with antibiotics, but they didn't, because they let it go all the way to the end till they died, because I wanted to see every little nuance of what syphilis did to the human body, right? Looking for the truth. Now, the thing is, we cannot, we here in the cadre, we of the adepts, when you're set on to be adept, you have to realize you can't be angry, you can't be warlike, you can't be violent whatsoever, right? Because all you're doing is feeding into the monster, right? Now, I was trained to be a badass, right? There was a point where my training gave me all the different ways to protect myself on lots of different levels. And I had different teachers. I had a Aikido teacher, a Jiu-Jitsu teacher, a few other disciplines of a mixture of Aikido and Qigong and some other esoteric, meaning, the Vulcan death grip there. Well, there are about 20 points in your body. If you just press them, it will do stuff to immobilize individuals, right? From the point of just stopping them to killing them, right? Anyway, so I learned, I was, pressed in the service to learn all of this, and end up for the sacrifice of going through that training. On the other side, I would be like, made a priest of something or other, which would be powers and beyond my wildest dreams. And I got to that point. I said, well, I've learned all I need. No, thank you. And by the way, I'm going to take a vow right here and right now to do everything opposite that you guys want to do, right? And I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to be your mortal enemy because you're my teachers. There are many of you here I love, and I will always love you. And that's what I'm going to do, is always love you. And they were like, the guys in the middle management, like, oh my God. And we're like, we're going to kill you. But the guys at the tippy top said, no. Al will come and join us at some time. This just ain't the time, right? And so those guys were always sweet and nice to me and put me, that's how I got in the UN, right? That's how I started an NGO. That's how I did a lot of things because of those guys. And they, every 10 years or something, they would take me into a place where a ceremony was going on of the higher, meaning if I joined way back, like 18 years ago, I would still be like in the middle management, but saying no, it caught the interest of the top brass, who then became my tutors and showed me even more interesting stuff. And that's what I'm interested in, is that kind of knowledge. And I had great respect and love for these guys, and they could feel that. And I was, I never outed them. I never dissed them. I was always respectful, but I did what my path was. And the highest that George Christie, and this guy had like 4 Nobel Prizes, He was at the Rad Lab. He did some pretty amazing stuff. He was the father of satellite communication. He started Intelsat. I mean, if you put his name in there, he kind of comes up as just some kind of teacher, scholarly guy, but doesn't really show, because he was part of, when they started the Bilderbergs, he was one of those people, who started it. When he started the Trilateral Commission, he was part of the CFR. He was part of all of this stuff. He was head of the Ford Foundation, head of about 5 other entities of that power. And if you even can find him, he seems to be, not a very important guy. Same like Dr. Quigley, he was. I studied with him at Georgetown, and he was CFR's numero uno scholar, and that's kind of what they were, teaching to me, sharpening me up. Everybody wanted me to be their rocket scientist for the Pope, and I did it to a certain degree, but I would never let it compromise my vow I took of love's co-creation, to be in every day and every way to bring the peace of the earth. And that means have no prejudice towards anybody, because there is no bad or good. You just, and even doing bad or good is almost an irrelevant thing. There's your true self, and then there's your illusion, right? And I was all about, and I still am all about, helping everyone bring their true self to bear, right? So they can be their true self and not their illusion, right? And that's why I'm still John Birmingham's friend, because he is really an interesting case, because he torments himself, He's a Libra, so he is constantly doing the seesaw. I mean, like 20 times a minute, from, totally super depression to ecstasy, And if you watch any of his little videos he makes, you can see him do that right there. He goes from being really upset and then laughing hysterically, and I have an eye, this little eye here that the nun broke. When she broke it, she didn't make me blind. What she did was actually she gave me sight. Like if you look at these 2 eyes, you can kind of see this one is definitely stranger and different than this one, right? and I have both eyes closed, but this one never closes. I've got them all the way closed, but this one never closes because it's still taking in energy past my eyelashes, and that's why I can see auras and people's psychic energy. Now, I can't read their minds, but I can see their psychic energy, and you can see the reference whether they're happy or sad or psychotic or any of the things in the the manual of disorders. Which that's why I got my master's in social work. I'm a shrink. But after doing it for a year or two and doing a lot of research for 3 years before I got this, it's an interesting discipline. But the way it's used is used as a real. It's not really there to help people. Now there are practitioners who are really good at helping people. I was one of them, right? And I worked for lots of different houses, and that's what they're called, houses. Meaning when you hang out your shingle, it's a house, right? And they build big practices, right? And what they're doing is taking people's chi and their consciousness, right? And, manipulating it to their own purpose. And I refuse to do that, but you're so good at this. You have a great career ahead of you. You'll make a lot of money. You'll be very powerful, blah, 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 blah. And I said, nope, I'm not going to do it. They were like, and one of my little cheeky monkey pleasures is to let somebody, teach me, mold me, create this ability to do X, Y, or Z. And then when they think they got me to be their little clone to go out and do whatever they want me to do, I don't do it. Right. And again, like the middle management gets very upset. Like when I was in the seminary, Catholic priest, this Jesuit guy, he tried to beat me into submission. Wouldn't do it. I just kept doing stuff that was, like he had polio. And so he had to have canes to walk around. I used to sneak into his apartment in his room in the school, in the seminary, and I would cut all his canes in half and then put a little dab of super glue and then kind of, when the cut was, I would mask it so you couldn't see it was cut. And when he was using his canes to go on a flat surface, like a hallway or, the street or, sidewalk, not a problem. But if he's going, and our school had steps and everything in that seminary was marble. So he had really upper body strength, like you couldn't believe. So he was really proud. He could walk up steps with his canes without his legs. He has legs in metal clamps, and he had a cassock, so he couldn't see his metal clamps. So he could get around really well. But I sawed all his little, canes. And so when he's walking on a flat surface, the pressure on the cut wasn't enough to snap them. But when he went downstairs, they would snap. So I did that to him 15 different times. And he went down the stairs 15 different times. Well, that's only because, A, his bully boys bullied one of my friends and nearly killed him, meaning put him, broke all his bones, made him a cripple for life, painted, took all his clothes off and painted him with oil-based paint, lead oil-based paint, his whole body, the school colors, and left him out in the middle of the, early winter all night long. And so he had frostbite. He nearly died of skin poisoning, and because his body couldn't get oxygen. You get most of your oxygen through your skin, not by breathing it in. And so he never came out of that, right? And those boys and that priest didn't get one iota in trouble. And that's when I said, this is done. I'm not going to stand. And up until then, I didn't even notice bullies. I didn't understand this kind of violence. I didn't even appreciate it. But that was even though a nun nearly murdered me, because what happened is my angel of mercy, Dr. Black, the lady who saved me from my mother's umbilical cord and the moron male. These guys were smoking cigarettes in the delivery room, right? And anyway, so I always had this very interesting dichotomy of access to the most amazing wealth of information. Oh, and also, period, wealth in everything. And I am expected to, join the club. And like Groucho Marx says, I'm not going to join a club that wants to have me in it. And so that just interests the top part of the club to want me in the club. So they then not cater, but keep me in the loop of the higher level, so I get access to more interesting stuff, and that has been my blessing and my curse. I can feel it without listening. It's always been there. Yeah. I just think he needs to relax. Oh, John Boy, yeah. And that's the other thing I'm trying to do, is get him to relax. So I'm going to go back. Sunday, I'm going to go back to school and stay with him, until spring. And one of the things we're going to do is take a road trip to go to Texas to see his family, his ex and his boys. And we're going to do all of that. I'm going to try, he's got really great internet. And John is, he's probably the best internet person I know. I mean, he really knows all about the technology and all the above. And so I'm going to go back Sunday and be with him and try to, help him get a protocol where he can be balanced, where as Lana says, relax, right? Interesting. Polo reminds me of Robin Williams in the movie Wakings. Yep, exactly. Well, our moms and dads did their best. They did, But what interesting is that our mothers could have done a lot better, meaning they understood, whereas our fathers had not a clue. That's another thing I'm working on now, is men don't even know how to be men. And if you look at literature, all the way back to the Greeks, men, King Orestes in the story of, what's his great story about the female is the king's daughter is the heroine, and her brother goes against her father, and he dies in war, and his father leaves him out in the battlefield. He won't let him get properly buried, so his soul will walk the battlefield for the rest of eternity. And she goes out there, gets him, and buries him, and does the ceremony. And his father loves his daughter the most, but his ego won't let him realize what happens, and so he basically tortures her and then kills her, and then he is so upset he rips his eyes out. I forgot what play that one is. It's the female name one. Anyway, and that's the real that play right there puts it in perspective. Men don't have a clue. Now, there are a few of us who are more female than, because I've been a woman in many of my other lives. I mean, the last life I was a woman. I remember it totally. And between that life in this material world, I was in a place called Lost Vegas, meaning not Vegas like the Spanish would, but vague in an uncertain way. Us, all of us were vague and lost. And it was just like Las Vegas out there in that part of the West where everyone's gambling. It was that place, but even more perfect, because one of the prime mover of this experience is a guy named Bob. That's why, I'm Al Bob, because Bob is not so much a name. if you take it back to the Marian, it's a state of being, right? And so Bob is always aware. Even when he's drunk out of his mind, he's totally aware, totally conscious. And when you're totally conscious and aware, you can, do the higher forms. Right now we just exist in our lower form, our five senses and our five chakras. That's all we got. But we have six more senses and six more chakras. And then, we go from that into our Akashic record. And then we go into our ascended self in our sanctuary of our choosing in our superconscious mind. And we don't exist there. You can, I do, but not all the time, whereas Bob is there all the time, right? So anyway, I was there as a car hop, and I would see Bob because he would come into this fancy hotel / funhouse / gambling casino / brothel, and he would and he had more cars than the Tonight Show guy, and I would park them, right? And one day he said, "Oh, let's go for a ride," right? And I had a very Slavic name that meant dirty, smelly mud puppet, and he basically said, you need to change that name. That's not who you are. You're an owl, So that's where I got that name. Anyway, so we drove to this titty bar, and all the girls knew him real well, and we went to the VIP room where there were three guys, right? And they were my clones, and they were supposed to go down and do the job I'm doing now. But every single one of them bailed, too hard, don't want to do that. And, so Bob just kind of snapped his fingers and they were gone, and then sat me down and said, Al, you're a lucky bastard. I've been watching you for eternities, and you never get flustered, and you always think of the other guy, and you're always just having a good time and not at anyone's expense, and you're my kind of guy. So I'm going to send you down and to be a lucky bastard, and just be yourself, and you'll do a good job. I have faith. And I always got your back, but you got to do it yourself. We're doing this in co-creation, but you're doing the heavy lifting. But I got you. I got you. Just stay awake. Just stay aware, and I got you. So he spat on his hand. I kind of looked at it. I spat on mine. We shook hands. We had a couple of good lap dances, and then bingo, I was being ripped out. Well, not really. I remember gestating in my mom's womb, and all the cigarettes she was smoking and all the alcohol she was drinking, it was really affecting me. But I kept hearing Bob saying, "Don't worry, yes, it's uncomfortable, yes, but by her doing this and you not dying, it's gonna like change you so you'll be awake and not like the rest of the mud puppets." And so, I agreed. I never had to keep agreeing. I would just kind of go, "Yeah, that makes sense," and I would just kind of navigate through all this stuff. And I was always kind of protected. When I was a little guy, if I had stayed with my parents like my other siblings, I would be brain dead as they are, and I'd be a feral weasel like they are. But I'm not, because I was brought up by my grandma, who was this person of brilliance and unconditional love, and she grew up. She grew up in Italy, in the islands of Sicily, and which are all Gaelic. They're not Italian. They're Gaelic. They're people with red hair and white skin, and just over there in Sicily, everyone's got black curly hair and dark skin. They're Africans. They're who are those guys? Anyway, so my grandma had red hair and fair skin, and when she was younger, she was a babe. And I saw some pictures of her in a swimsuit when she was in her 20s. Wow. Anyway, J.P. Morgan got my grandfather to come over to be his barber surgeon at the Waldorf, gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. And my grandma was down there in steerage taking care of the goats on the boat. And JP they were way up at the top first class looking down at the people in steerage. And I think JP had the hots for my grandma and basically said, hey, why don't you marry that babe? If you marry that babe, and, I own this boat, I'll tell the captain we'll have a nice party and you'll get married on the boat. And this boat, because right at this point, it's being a vehicle for the Foreign Service, for the American State Department, it has the authority of being in America. And by getting married, you will be instantaneously made American cities at the behest of my wishes, because I rule America. At the time he did, he was manifesting the, he died, I think, in 1913. So this is this is definitely before the Titanic, somewhere between the 1890s and 1907. My dad was born in 1911, so that's the window. Anyway, so that was my grandma. So she was, those islands that movie where, like I was telling you about the girl, where she meets Madame Olga Kluver, who was again one of my teachers, and she belonged to the Thule Society. She belonged to the Madame Blavatsky's school there, Theosophical Society, and a few other more esoteric things. And she had some real juice in her, in a way, a lot more than the old crone. Because the old crone was totally natural, where Madame Kluver, she had this curiosity shop, and everything in it was, it's hard to explain. Paranormal, right? And what is paranormal? It's the parallel normal. That's paranormal, right? That's that parallel universe, just like right here, and they all right there. That is the stuff you see in your peripheral vision, Yep. They are the originals, yeah. Yep, you need somebody else. Well, in my life, I'm always mixing with both of us. Why do you think I do this show? Because I meet really all of you guys on the chat here, the cadre. You are all brilliant, right? Those who get a hold of me on my the Dude Awake 42 at Gmail are more than brilliant. You're ready to be committed to your vision, your path, right? And you're not going to take anyone else's shit. You're tired of that. Tired of that crappy job, tired of that crappy boyfriend or girlfriend, tired of your parents, tired of your church, tired of your government, tired of all the things that are manipulating you to do what they want and taking you as far from your path as possible. And you're ready to just keep on your path, because deep down inside of you, that's why you're here. You're not here to have a job. You're not here to, get, my brother once told me, the person who dies with the most toys wins. You realize there is no winning or losing. And, following your path is scary. But once you realize that the only thing that exists is love's co-creation, then it stops being scary. It's just part of the class. And it's not, you can't, what's the worst that can happen to you? You die in a simulation, and, you're going to pop out someplace else, And if you've done a good job, you not only pop out someplace else, you get to pick. Well, and we all get to pick where we're going to go, but you consciously get to pick, not subconsciously. And then you pop out with the conscious essence of, oh, I get to choose. I get to decide. I don't have to obey, and that's what happened to me. I popped out realizing I'm here to do this path. I was placed in, not just for me. I'm not doing this for my ego. I'm doing this for all my relations, because it's, the selfish part of what I do is that I know if I do my best, A, it's going to be a lot more fun. B, I'm going to learn a lot of stuff. C, I will be able to ascend, meaning not take a whole step, but just a little baby step, which will be a lot further than this, which will then enable me to keep going forward rather than going backwards or sideways or down, whatever, right? Let's see. It's what the fuck? Go on, get a little. Yep, there is no winning and losing, right? All there can be is conscious. Oh, I gotta move around a little bit more. Conscious awareness and co-creation with love. There's a very, one of the basic esoteric rules is you can't create anything without love. Anything that somewhat is brought forth in ego, it's an illusion. It doesn't exist. So that's if you want to create something, you do it through love, right? And that is why children, the birds and the bees, the guy and the girl get together and they have this little experience, and it's called sex, and sex is fun, it's rewarding, and it's a physical manifestation of this connectivity of all the relations, and bingo, what comes out of that but a little baby, But if you do it within the construct of lust and ego, the poor little baby that's created from that is kind of damaged, right? And can do damaging things in the illusions matrix, right? So that's why we have wars and violence and all of the above, because men and women aren't taught as children about this dynamic, and men have been allowed for the last 16,000 years to de-evolve into their ego, where women are more because they bring forth the life, and they are the nurturers. Not all, and not everyone is 100% anything. There's a real gradating scale, and that's why we have lesbians and bisexuals and transsexuals, is because they just land on the gradating scale at different places, Let's see, fire. Let's see. Seeing some greetings, Bob. Hey there. Candace, good to see you, girl. And man, fire. Get a little UMMHHF. You'll have to tell me what that means. Anyway, so yesterday was New Year's Eve. Yesterday was an occult point of reference in the scalar and solar dynamics of time and space, right? It's one of these times and places that the average individual if they can step up and be, be that artist in the first person, meaning the Aboriginal, the first person, right? The first person who felt, a good example of the artist in the first person of the Aboriginal is you go see cave paintings, right? Why did that guy 16,000 years ago feel moved to take charcoal from the fire pit and scratch an image on the wall, right? Because he was shamanically touched. Whenever you make art, it's a time machine. Like Monet's paintings, like Vincent van Gogh's paintings, Michelangelo's sculptures. I mean, they are alive. They're alive in canvas and paint. They're alive in stone. And so when you are that artist, you bring life on every dimension, not just the biologic, right? Susan's greetings, missed you, Bob. Indeed, divine inspiration. It's Eddie, Ed, Mundo, how you doing, my brother? Good evening, Bob. So, once again, anybody wants to talk to me personally, take this one step from the chat to you and me, and so we can talk about stuff that's not immediately obvious to everybody. You go to the DONTDO at Gmail. The DONTDO at Gmail. Get a hold of me. I'll get right back to you. We'll talk a little bit. If you're in America, you can give me your phone number. I'll give you mine. You can call me. That we can have a real, a phone call. If you're in Europe, I'm on WhatsApp. So there are a lot of people around the world. I talk to people in all over Europe and in England and Ireland and Scotland and New Zealand and Australia and China, Japan, Korea. I talk to people all over the place, about 50, right? And so they actually, talk to me about real deep things, and then I talk to them about it. And WhatsApp's kind of fun because you can, talk to them like a phone call. You can also talk and see them on a video like Skype. And then they have text, and then they have audio text, meaning this little green button, you push it, you slide it up, and you can talk and it'll record you and send it back. And has its own quite interesting dynamic because when I talk to you personally on the phone, I can, because I'm, been a teacher for so long, I have a tendency, and like on this thing, I just keep going and going and going, and stories and tales and specifics and lessons and blah blah blah, and it all, so that I can be interruptive. But with the green dot, it's really good because you can say everything you want to say, and I can't interrupt you. And then you can put down 1, 2, 3. Some people put 10 of them because I guess they have a thought and they say it all, and then they go away for an hour or two, and they put another thought, and then I go listen to them, and I give them a direct, specific, information to that thing that they were talking about. And again, I'm more thoughtful and more, direct and more put everything so it's not about everything. It's just about that one thing. And that seems to be really good for everybody, and it's really good for the individual to be able to speak how they really feel about something without getting interrupted, because most conversations people get interrupted, right? They're really not. Now, when I put on my shrieky hat, I'm more a listener and I don't really talk, except when I need to talk. But otherwise, and I'm more because of the way my jaw got broken and my esophagus got crushed and my ear. There were about 4, the age between, how old are you in first grade? What, about 7, 8 when they put you in first grade? So between 7 and 10 or 11, I didn't speak at all, right? And then once they unwired my jaw and my esophagus kind of healed, but it was, spindled and mutilated. It's not like everyone else's esophagus. The air moves through it a different way. I stuttered, and I still stutter, but I've trained myself to really think about what I'm going to say before I say it. So I say it in a, complete way rather than, because any kind of little jitter in the mechanism of the RAM here in my talking box, if it's not a nice smooth continuation of a thought, it jitters and then I stutter. And that's when I'm talking and I stop talking, and I might kind of, but I don't even stutter, but you might hear a little of it until I roll the tape back, get it all complete, and then I push the button and out comes my thought. So everything I say to you, I thought, edited, put it on a tape, and I'm playing it back to you, because otherwise I'd be stuttering away. And it's interesting about stuttering. I mean, a lot of people, because I did stutter, there were a lot of, and as I went through schools, grammar school, middle school, high school, I ran into a lot of people who stuttered, and I became their friend. I was drawn to them, and was empathetic and helped them. And that's how I learned how to teach people not to stutter. As a little kid, I had these Marino guys, gals. I stayed with them for 2 years and studied them. That's why I learned Greek and Latin, and Hebrew, and other Romance languages, and how to read and how to write, and learn physics and trigonometry and geometry and a whole bunch of other stuff. Right. And so when I popped out in 3rd grade, I knew all this stuff. So when I was taking all these classes, I knew it like on a college level. And so at first, because I couldn't really speak that well and I couldn't see that well, and I still can't, no matter what kind of glasses I get. And so I'm seeing the ethereal. And so they would freak people out who kind of somewhat grokked that this is what I was doing. Other people thought I was insane or stupid. I remember, going into this new public school, and my parents actually moved there because this was a very interesting public school. It's almost like a experiment. They did a lot of testing, in the summertime before I even started. And they thought, so where are we going to place it? We have this stuff for slow people, special ed. They were just inventing special ed. And so they gave me an IQ test. And this guy was like, I took all these tests, not just the IQ test, but I took the IQ test and got 200, which is like pretty, amazing. It's like, that must be a mistake. So they gave it to me again. And we got, I think 198 or something the second time. Then they gave me all these other peripheral kind of, how your eye hand kind of thing is, and testing all these other kind of ink blot test, you name it. I took every test you could, like a whole week of tests, just test, all different kinds, and auditory tests and eye tests and all this kind of stuff. And this is when they really realized that not only couldn't I see, but I was seeing other things that other people don't see. And the same thing with my hearing. And the way I spoke was totally not even, just because they took x-rays and they saw how my jaw was, how it was broken. It never kind of went back to where it should have been. I mean, it went back to as best as it could because she just destroyed my jaw and my orbit. And they couldn't understand how it could see out of my eye. It's the same thing with my endocrinologist doesn't even know I'm alive, and my bone doctor, he says, your legs are mush and you're walking on them. How do you do that? Because I used to have to walk with, I had these metal braces that went from my big toe to my hips, right, to support my legs. And I walked with a walker, right? I mean, I first walked, didn't walk. I was in a wheelchair. And I said, I can't stay in a wheelchair. I got to walk or I'm going to lose these legs. And so, they got me these braces. And anyway, long story short, I keep having this stuff. And it's pretty much because before I came here, I made an agreement that I would do this. And Bob, his part of the agreement was to at least make it on the physical so I could. No matter what happened to me, I would, be able to continue. As long as I wanted to do my best, I would be given an avatar body here that would at least somewhat work to its optimum in whatever screwed up sense it is. And that's been one of my greater. Paul Slimes lost his first stutter by taking a large dose of mushrooms and riding out an electrical storm atop a redwood tree. Yes, I read about this guy. Pretty cool story. But, I had this, I couldn't have done that because I was like 8. I don't think I could have taken, I mean, I didn't need to take, and I don't need to take separate. I mean, I have loads of friends who were, what do they call them? And there's a term for people who are always doing psychotropic drugs, because I was at, at Duke University in '68 when, this SEAL Corporation from Stanford was trying to make super soldiers there. And I was building them sensory deprivation tanks and other apparatus for them to do their experiments. And there's a whole long story about how I got there and what I did and all that. But the long story of it is they were doing more. And the interesting thing was the major research scientists were all Nazi scientists that had been doing these experiments to, Jewish concentration camp. I mean, the Nazis have done everything. They were cloning people back in the 30s. They went to the moon in the 30s. They went to Mars in 1948. They've been on. They are the breakaway civilization that Richard, what's his name, talks about. And so, psychonauts. Yep, thank you, Candace. Yep, that's the word, psychonauts. I mean, I used to go to the rainbow gatherings, and I was around when the rainbow gatherings started with Woodstock because, there was only supposed to be 20,000 people. There were 500,000. Nothing was set up. It could have been a unbelievable catastrophe. And Steve, what's his name, came from the farm, and, they had their EMTs and they brought a ton of organic food. And they fed everyone, and they took care of everyone. That's why no one died. And a couple of years after that, I was in the Southwest, and I was working in the nuclear industry, and I was out at the Four Corners near Grants, New Mexico, where all the uranium mines are, and the world's deepest, most ridiculous uranium mine is at Mount Taylor. And that's the Hopi's most sacred, artifact out there, in that mesa. And they call it the Snake Goddess. And Taylor was the guy who started the Bureau of Indian Affairs and industrialized and institutionalized the sadomasochistic obliteration of the Indian species in the United States, and they were digging straight down into the heart of this mountain because the uranium there was so pure they didn't even have to really, do any. It had certain characteristics that made nuclear weapons even more strange. I went to a rainbow gathering a couple of times in Oregon, in the early 90s. That's the last I went to one of those. So, Candace, were you there? There was it was a really interesting gathering. It was like everything worked and everything was sweet and everything was nice. And there was a hurricane or whatever they call them on the West Coast coming into California. And where the gathering was in Oregon, one day you could see the storm because it was high up in the mountains, but facing the coast. And the hurricane didn't blow in on us, but what it did blow in, it blew in these like teeny tornadoes that stayed above us, and the whole sky was full of teeny, not I couldn't tell you what size because I had no idea what height they were, but there were thousands of rainbows, not one gigantic big one, but these, swirling rainbows in the sky. Were you at that gathering? Because that happened in Oregon. Krista, Florida, FYI, Atlanta, trauma, yep. And so, Atlanta, everyone in this present material world is suffering from PTSD, because we live in a sociopathic society. Everything is, there is no one's safe. There is no balance. There is no, I wish somebody would have been there. Yep. Well, I was there, so. Yeah. So, and it was in that time, Canada, so. But it was pretty amazing because everyone kind of looked up and saw this amazing. So we all experienced this one thing, and the people who didn't look up, and that's kind of one of there were a number, like when I read people, when I read their tells and when I read their poems and other, when I do cranial sacral, people, the basic human mud puppet, it breaks up into what would, that's where they got the idea of Mr. Potato Head. That's us, right? So there are 5 basic characteristics within the polyglot of humanity, and then out of those 5, there's 25 different variables. So you can put those 5 times 25 makes a certain number of variables, like about 300, and I have been doing this so long, and and so I look at it on lots of different ways: energetically, shamanotically, visually with my 2 strange eyes, and my other, So my 5 senses have been, squished. So without even having to use my 6 and above, they are strange, just like my 6 and above. And we all have our 6 and above. We just have to be consciously aware to use it, right? Let's see. I think I would remember the rainbow, hopefully. Yep. Okay. Thank you for being honest. Yep. And that's the other beautiful thing about the cadre. What I love about you guys is, I could tell anyone who's lying, and no one does, right? And the other thing is that basically everyone opens up their heart. And that's why they're not lying, because they're opening up their heart. And I mean, because I go on lots of other channels to see what's going on, and I look at their live chats. And like, there's a channel I really like. It's called Dark Journalism. And the guy really touches on some amazing information. And I'm an information junkie, really. And so he talks about a lot of stuff, and he has really interesting people on, like Joseph P. Farrell, Chris Hedgens, Catherine Austin Fitz, and a whole bunch of other people. Really, really interesting folks, and they have and so they're people who come in and chat. They ask really amazing questions, but you can energetically, when I read it and see it, what they are doing is like trying to say, "Oh, I'm as groovy as Joseph P. Farrell. Look, I've read so many books and I know so much stuff. I'm gonna dazzle you with my question." And instead of kind of fitting in, right? Whereas you guys fit right in. You fit in not just with me going on about everything, but you guys fit in with each other. None of you are competing with each other, and that's another thing. Because in the other live chats, everyone's kind of competing to show how groovy they are, and you guys are loving on each other, which shows how groovy you all are. And that's why you're the cadre and not the subscribers. You are the cadre. Those who call and want to take it further, you're the adepts. You want to study, want to learn, you want to, go past it. Now, all of you guys who are on the cadre, you are adepts too. I mean, compared to anybody else, you guys are adepts, that's for sure. But by making the choice to physically go out of your way, I mean, you're going out of your way to be on the chat, but calling, getting a hold of me at my email, it puts a lot of, onus on you guys because, you could think, oh, he won't reply. Well, the one thing about my email, it takes me some time. Right now I've got great Wi-Fi, so I can read my email all day long. But out in the deep green, I got to drive 30 miles, and I got to do a whole bunch of other things other than read my emails. And the thing that annoys me is, so every day I get between 40 and 200 emails, right? And about 90 of them, or 90% of them, are just, scams or advertisements or whatever, right? And even if I don't click on them, I still have to look through them, right? And I don't always do that. So you may send me some email, and I may not get to you. And if I'm out in the deep green, I may not get to you for a couple of weeks, and I may lose you because by that time, instead of having to read 90 to 120 emails, I got to read like 600. So that's one of the little problems. That's why WhatsApp is much better because there are no, if it's not someone I really want to talk to, they're not on the list, right? So right now, this is a fortuitous time. You want to get on the list. I'm reading all my emails every day so I can see you and get to you. We can talk a little bit. We can either, get together. If you're in America, I can just call you up. If you're, and even if you're in America, you should use the WhatsApp because it's a point-to-point, and it's somewhat protected, but nothing on the internet is protected. And the other side of the coin is the internet, everything, within our technological society is going to go away. And I'm in my 70s. And so I've been around, and I've been conscious since I was born. So from 1950 until today, I remember pretty much everything. So I remember all the different economic crashes and all the different environmental catastrophes and all the political backstabbing and all of the wars. The United States has had over 100 wars since 1947. Since we went from the War Department to the Defense Department, meaning they call it the War Department, they at least be honest. So they didn't do too many wars, right? But being the defense, they could have lots. Right now we have 20 wars going on at the same time, but they are, low kinetic. They're not like, Iraq was a high kinetic war. Um, and Syria and, well, Iraq was definitely a high kinetic war, and it lasted a long time. Afghanistan was also a kinetic war, but not a high one because of those mountains, and the enemy wasn't right there all the time fighting, right? And so, but they were there, but they weren't always fighting because they couldn't. They couldn't equal the kind of war power that we had. And the war we had in Libya and Syria, we just kicked it off. And then the elements of the Arab Spring, we precipitated that to create conflict across here. And for all of that, really, it was less death than all the other wars because things have changed, and they're changing faster and faster, And I open this up with Max Icon's nice little statement of what was, and the other thing I like about you, Cadre, and my show is that a good portion of you go back and watch the past shows. A lot of you who have gotten a hold of me at the DONTDO@Wake42 have basically stated, that they binge watch my show. You go, boy, you got like almost 2,000 shows. Now, there are a lot of people who've been on YouTube since the beginning of the last 20 years, and they have like 6 shows, You've been on for 3 years and, have almost 2,000 shows, right? So, and that shows my commitment to you guys, right? And you show your commitment to me. So when you talk to me on the phone, we can be a little more one-to-one, and I like that. And I try to offer you support. I'm really here to be your support. Your to give you like, what do they call those people who are on the sideline of cheerleaders? I'm your cheerleader, right? I want you to do your best. I want you to go out and do your dreams. I want you to manifest that. You want that coffee shop. You want to be that artist. You want to be a doctor, a scientist, or whatever. You want the aliens to come take you on a trip. Whatever you want, I can be your cheerleader, your muse. This is what I'm doing here. I'm being your muse to manifest. You go out there and go, guys, girls, everybody, do your thing because you can. Don't let this sociopathic society stick you in glue, Let's see. What did we say? Let's exchange WhatsApp numbers. Yep. Again, we do that over the good old, you get a hold of me at the DONTDO@Wake42 and we go from there, right? That's a little protocol I use just to keep everyone, because, there are loads of people. What's interesting, the trolls have left because when I first started this, I really got hit by trolls, and instead of me getting angry or fighting them, I just love them. And then people would say, we have to get rid of that person, blah, blah, blah. And I'd say, no. They're just reaching out for attention. And we instead of giving them negative attention, we're going to give them positive attention. And that was, a little thing, exercise for everyone. Instead of giving negative attention, giving, positive attention. Like, I'm a real dog boy. I've been around dogs my whole life. And all animals, horses and cats and cows and you name it. And I never am violent to an animal. I am never mean to an animal. I never scream at an animal, right? And I take my time and totally unconditionally loving the animal. And it gets amazing, dogs, like, so I'm here, there are a bunch of dogs here. And the people yell at them and hit them and scream at them. Now, the dogs think that's positive, so they do more bad things to get people to yell and scream at them and hit them, because otherwise they ignore the animals. Me, on the other hand, I treat them real nice. I always have a little cookie in my pocket. I'm always there to, sit there and talk to them, right? And scratch them behind the ears and brush them down and always give them water and food and not starve them and let them off their leash and let them run around because we're out in the middle of a farm. They're not going to go anywhere because they want to eat and stay in their doghouse or their barn. And they do. It takes about a week for them to get totally on that thing, right? And they're really good, and they don't do any of the bad stuff that they do with the people, right? But so the folks have just returned, and it's truly strange because they went back to chewing like the one dog went, the lady let him in the house, and he went and chewed every TV. She's got like 10 big screen TVs, and the dog went around and found all the controllers and chewed them up. So she couldn't use her TV, so she would have to interact with him. And what'd she do? She just beat him and chained him up and screamed at him and but he wanted her attention. So he because the thing that she's most distracted by is the TV tube, right? And the thing she watches the most is like mega church, TV, and she's given tons of money, and and all I'm asking is you guys go PayPal and throw a little something in there because I sure could use it. I'm living on $400 a month, but that's I live a millionaire. Right now, it's a little more expensive because I'm on the BOP, so I'm out in the world. I mean, I can live very comfortably on $400 a month in the woods because I eat most of my food. I get in the woods. I basically eat burdock, dandelion, mushrooms, fennel. What else is going out there? A bunch of other. Then a lot of healing herbs are out there, and I have my garden. And that's about 70%. I do buy a little cheese and fish and grains and beans. But this summer in my garden, that's the one thing I really did well on was beans. I got a lot of beans. And so here out in the world in the BOP, I got to buy gas and I go to restaurants. There are 3 or 4 restaurants around here that I like. That there are a lot of people. If I'm going to see them, I have to go to that restaurant because I hang out there. And, they're like my offices. They have good Wi-Fi. And move a little. Anyway, how are we doing? We're doing good. So anybody want to get a hold? The DONTDO42@gmail. You want to throw anything on the old PayPal? You go to PayPal. They ask you an email address. That's it. Bingo, bango. It still works. Somebody sent me some cash last week, but Google is really being obnoxious. It's trying to rule the world. So they bought PayPal. They buy up everything, and so they really are trying. So Google, all of that is going to crash and burn, right? And that's the powers that be and the hidden hand has done everything they could and they have to keep rebranding themselves. And they used to have to do it every 200 years, and then 100 years, and then 60 years, and now it's down to like every 4 months. And so, and that's why the last 2 years have been so nuts, because they're really trying to rebrand, because they've totally lost their control, because we've totally left the Piscean age. That ended like bang at the in 2012. The end of the Mayan calendar was the end of the Piscean age, right? And we are now 100% in the whatchamacallit, Aquarian age, and we're in the 5D, right? So So the powers that be are really at a loss on how to deal with all of that. So they are doing their best to try and figure out what the heck to do, So, and that's why, we don't really have to worry. It's all going to work out. Oh, so here we go. Here's a little something to these same guys here.
You love coffee. Most likely, you can't even imagine starting your day without a large cup of it.
Yep.
However, does it seem like your coffee
doesn't really do anything?
Dude, we're so broke. What are we gonna do? I thought the wall was gonna be further away.
We should teach a class on abundance.
Yes! It's a flyer for my Reiki service.
He's very savvy with marketing. You'll notice if you tear off one of these pieces of paper, it has his phone number on it. Direct connection. Oh, hey, sir, you come to my sound bath on Friday night.
How much is it?
Oh, it's no charge. Just a mandatory donation of $45.
I think I'm going to be an ayahuasca shaman now.
Oh, you'd be great at that.
Thank you.
We're doing a Kickstarter to get our organic SCOBY distribution company off the ground.
What people want most in life is to make their own kombucha.
Our main SCOBY is in the bathtub right now.
He's 135 years old and weighs 87 pounds. We don't know where else to put him.
He's growing eyes, but you can still drink him, I think. I started doing past life readings for people. By helping them better understand their past lives within their present lives, we're able to fully bridge the past with the present and bring their past experiences to the present of the past to the present.
And he's really good, too. He told me I was a king in a past life, and once he told me that, it made me want to buy another session with him.
And you could be a king, too, for $333.33.
I'm selling rocks and other junk that I tied to string as sacred stone necklaces. Rocks come from the earth, and the earth is grounding. Therefore, my necklaces are very grounding.
They're for your root chakras.
I do energy work on people.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I started coaching people on doing juice cleanses, which basically means I tell people to drink juice, and then I support them.
Our landlord wants us to pay rent in the form of money.
He is not living in a 5D reality.
Yeah, this guy's only 3D. I proposed doing an energy exchange with him, but he said no. He just wants actual money.
He's living with such a poverty consciousness.
I feel sorry for him.
It's like, who does our landlord think he is? The lord of our land? It's not like you have the power of the universe to control the vibration of what happens within our one-bedroom apartment.
One of the things people need most is to just have space held for them. So I'm starting a business where I hold space for people.
He's so good at holding space. For just a couple $1,000s, he will literally hold all of your space.
All of it.
Dude, see if there's a Ferrari in the driveway yet.
It's still not here. Try concentrating harder. We don't earn money. Earning comes from the energy of undeserving. We manifest money.
How much money have you manifested so far?
Billions of dollars.
Do you have any evidence for that?
Oh, it's entirely been manifested on the astral plane, but we're currently vibrating it into the physical plane right now.
It's in our field.
And if you purchase the lavender essential oil, you'll smell like the lavender flower.
And if you get in on a subscription of 16 oils per month, you'll save $250.
Or for an even more vibrational business opportunity, if you and your family would like to start living on the frequency of your dreams, we can sign you into our downline.
Do you even care about your dreams?
Dreams?
Yep, and those guys are pretty good. And I try to bring folk like that on to add perspective to what I do. Okay, back to what are you guys saying, Anna? So, are you all in here? We definitely need your energy in your lives. Let's see. Yes. Still have your email address. Okay. Again, remember, I'm pretty available right now, and I will be until I go back into the woods. And if you guys are in America, you want to come visit me in the woods, I'm all for it. And I've had many visitors, and it's been because where I'm at, and the school is the same way. I used to have a mystery school there, but it was like those two guys, meaning people would come, they would be, I had other friends who I was in other institutions with studying and working, other ashrams, et cetera, et cetera. And they would get students and they would kind of put them my way because they probably didn't want them as their students. They want to get rid of them. So, hey, let's send them to Al. And so I would get a bunch, and they would basically show up and say, well, all I want to do is give you 300, so you give me a little certificate that says that I'm a shaman or a healer. I said, no, that's not kind of how it works. You kind of have to do the work. What? I have to buy textbooks? I said, no, it's not textbooks. It's a little deeper than textbooks. Let's see. That reminds me of your story about getting all the animals on the farm in a delivery truck and going to the pub. Yep. Mm-hmm. That was a interesting. And the thing is, the old crone knew that she let me there. That was like the test. You can have as much you want in the first two pots. Don't touch the third pot. Now, I drank from the third pot when she was there, and we would do things together, but she didn't want me to do it alone. Right? And I drank the whole thing, not just a cup, And that's when I could talk to the animals. Let's see. Maybe he will expand on it. Let's see. What am I supposed to expand on? I don't get it. Well, Anna, I was telling a story. When I graduated high school in '68, my headmaster hated me so much. He did everything he could do. I got into a lot of colleges just because, for me being me, not my college, like when I took the SSTs or whatever they're called, the college boards, we were an all boys prep school, like it was a jail, right? And for super rich people, and I wasn't super rich, so I didn't even have the perks those guys had. But so we had to take that test in a public school. So we had to walk downtown and down into the town of Winchington, that had been a big industrial town until it wasn't. And before between World War I and World War II, that town lost its economic mojo, but it was a nice little town. It had a great gym, a swimming pool, hockey rink, basketball, and really nice facilities built in the 30s. Anyway, so it had this big country club for the super rich corporate guys up on top of the hill, 6 miles out of town. That's where our school was. And so, you're there. I mean, and our school, we went to school 7 days a week, right? So instead of that whole year, we were really only in school for 4 months of the year because they squeezed all of it into that smaller time. And rich people have other things to do. I wasn't rich, so I did other things than what the rich people do. But anyway, I kind of hung out with those guys, and the teachers we had some pretty interesting teachers who thought these guys are the ruling class. If we teach them to be human beings, they might make the world a better place. And they did. And my junior year, we were going to control the world. And the headmaster was because it was like almost two schools. The school the headmaster had put together, which was like a 19th century piece of shit for rich people. And then these young teachers was a whole nother, it was like Goodbye, Mr. Chips, or, Goodwill Hunting there. They basically tried to bring the best out of us and make, have us do our best and want to change the world for the best. Well, all those young teachers were there because that was their way of not going to Vietnam, right? They finished college and they were poor, so they weren't going to go to graduate school or PhD or blah, blah, blah. And so they were definitely red meat, and they were going to get drafted. So they became teachers, and that was the thing that gave them another way of not being drafted. But the headmaster had to fill out all his paperwork. So when he realized there were two schools and these guys were doing something he didn't like, even though the students liked it a lot, so he couldn't just say, no, we're not going to do that, because he didn't own that school. the parents of the kids who I was going to school with owned that school, right? Paying his paycheck. So but what he did do was he didn't fill out any of that paperwork. And so those guys expected to go back to work the next semester, in the fall. And they got a draft notice saying that they had to show up and go to Vietnam. And by the middle of, and they were all drafted like in the summertime. And, they, were off in Vietnam by Thanksgiving. And 3 of my favorite teachers died in Vietnam. And so it really super pissed off my class and other, classes in that school. And so we, basically what we did, because our parents, not my parents, but all those rich guys' parents owned that school, they fired that guy. And he started the school. He couldn't believe that, they were going to fire him. And they couldn't get somebody else to take his place. So he was there for the next 3 semesters. So he hired all his old fogey friends who were, didn't even know that they were teaching class, They were just, so it was a waste of, those 3 semesters. Anyway, but the core of those kids that did all this amazing, like we had a cultural magazine, a photo magazine, we did theater, and we entered all of our work. It's just like H.G. Wells, in the private school section, there are all of these very interesting, like CBS, they have this entity that has all these, what do you call them? Where people, it's like football, where they compete, theater, writing, photography, filmmaking. We did all that, and we kept entering it in under the auspices of the school, but on the down low. And even after he got rid of those teachers, he thought, oh, I'll get rid of these teachers and they won't be able to do this. Well, we kept doing it and winning. And I got the attention. So I was the big theater guy, and because I built the sets, did the lighting, did everything. And I would play the roles that no one wanted to play. So I always played female roles. And we had a teacher she was about 28 years old, and her husband was gay. And so they married each other, and she was bi, but she liked girls better, but she liked young, nubile boys. So I remember when she came there, and we were doing, what's his name? The Bald Soprano, Moliere's Bald Soprano. And it's about English, 19th century, not aristocrats, but upper middle class, a bourgeois. And they have these salons and potluck dinners, basically, and they come and they talk about, whatever, and show how bourgeois they are. And the play is about this husband and wife who are so detached from everything. They show up and they don't realize that they're husband and wife, but they're the first to show up at these people's house, and they're sitting in the sitting room, and they're the only ones there because the husband and wife are running around getting ready, and they're the first ones there, and they're drinking tea, and they're married. They came together, but they're so disconnected that once they sit down, they just think it's somebody at the party. Oh, who are you? Where are you from? And they go through this whole thing of a conversation that takes the whole play that is about the most meaningless stuff you ever could think of. And that's basically what everyone does in the bourgeois. And then they realize they're husband and wife. Well, I played the wife, right? I played the female role. And I played all the female roles because I had no problem with my masculinity. I had no problem with, doing it's acting, guys. It's what they call acting. And so I basically acted in this. I mean, the first time I played a female role, she said, you're doing a very good job, but you need to have an idea what the female body is. And I said, oh, well, I, kind of know what the female body is. She goes, no, you don't. And so her husband wasn't around and had an apartment. And it was about, 10:30. Everybody was basically asleep. And we went from the library over to her apartment, and their apartment was in the dorm I lived in, so it wasn't like too much of a stretch. But she took me in there, and she got me soda pop, and you want anything? I said, no, this is okay. And we were talking, and she goes into her bedroom. And it's a small apartment, so I'm sitting there at their table, and she goes into the bedroom, and was talking to me about the part and from Getty and Moliere and existentialism and bourgeois, all of that stuff that this play was about. And anyway, she starts I hear the shower go on, and she comes out totally naked and says, "Come with me." And she takes me in the bathroom and slowly takes my clothes off, and then brings me in the shower and soaps me up, and shows me the difference between men and women, right? So I got to know what a woman was. And then she dressed me up in women's clothes and had me walk around and change my clothes and my underwear many, many times that evening. And so, I got to know what a woman was like. Anyway, so we did this theater stuff. We did this writing stuff. We made films, and all under, no matter how hard our teacher, our headmaster tried to bully us into not doing stuff, we did it anyway because he couldn't really stop us because he really didn't have the Benjamins behind him, and he was going to be fired anyway. So I didn't come from uber wealth. My parents were just upper middle class, basically. And I was only there because of my godfather, who's a cardinal. And he sent me off to this, seminary because he wanted me to be a rocket scientist for the Pope. And I basically got murdered there. And I would be dead today because he, it was a war. And this is where I learned to be nonviolent, because I was the most violent and I wasn't like just, being outwardly violent. I was like methodically, dastardly, villainously violent. Things like, so this headmaster, this Jesuit priest who was my bane of my existence, I cut all his, he fell down, marble stairs like more than 10 times in that year. He broke a bunch of bones because he was an old guy. He was like a teacup. Now first time I did that, he got his upperclassmen guys to grab me, tie me to fire pipes, and beat me unconscious with 2x4s, and they broke my ribs and my ankle and my wrist. And I was high enough where they couldn't hit me in the head, and I ended up in a hospital. Called get me out of here. My folks, oh, that'll just toughen you up, just click, and so I went after this guy but not like I went at him mano a mano because I know I couldn't do that. But I did all these, I wired all the bells of the school to go off at 3 a.m. for an hour and then turn off. And it was being run by a car battery that I buried in the ground along the main line that connected all the buildings together. And I did it the night, it was going to have like a foot of snow starting at 3 a.m. I kind of tiptoed out. I had it all prepared, dug the hole, all the above, and had everything to go. And it took me about 20 minutes to make all the connections. And then I buried it. And then, I went back to bed. And within 10 minutes of me going back to bed, it just started snowing. And once it got a foot of snow over that place, they could never find it. And so the bells just went off every friggin' night for about 4 months until the battery died. I mean, the only thing powering it was a car battery. And it did it for at least 2 months, maybe not 4, but 2. And that was that was just, I did a ton of stuff, right? And the one where my cardinal godfather came and got me out of there was this Jesuit priest. So it was tit for tat. And I kept doing things. He could never blame me. He could never find the evidence, but everyone knew, every time those bells, half the kids were like, yeah, and the other, oh, wow. So he was about to go visit his brother in Maryland. And he was going to take this instead of going all the way around for 200 miles, he's going to take the Chesapeake Bay Tunnel thing that's 28 miles across the Chesapeake Bay, and he's going to leave, Thursday at about 4. Now, I knew that if he was going to go at 4, he would be going over that Chesapeake Bay thing sometime between 10 and midnight, right? So the day before his car was accessible, I went and I was working, they made me do everything. I worked in the kitchen. I waited. I worked in the farm. I never had a minute to myself, but I still had enough time to do all these dastardly tricks. And I got 2 boxes of sugar cubes, wrapped them up, took them out of the cardboard box and wrapped them up in cellophane or the clingy wrap stuff, whatever they call that stuff, and squished it into his gas tank, right? Put the cap back on, went back home, he leaves the next day, he didn't go anywhere. And so the stuff kind of melts, and he leaves at about 4:00. And right at about 11:30, right in the middle, this thing's 28 miles long, so he's about 14 miles in, and there are no, there is, it's a bridge, so it's like 2 lanes, and there's no place. Every like a mile or 2, there's a place where they built it so if your car is going south, you can get there, and there's an emergency phone. Anyway, he's driving along, but right in the middle part, there is a place where, it's a good 4 miles where there is no turn off anything, and there are no, phones. He's right about there, and his engine seizes. Like all of that sugar has been going through the gasoline and turned into the gasoline, and then the gasoline's being fired. All that sugar is making carbon and a gluey carbon, and at a certain point, engine just goes and stops. And it's snowing, sleeting, raining, 20 degrees, and a gale wind, right? And this guy is dressed in black. There are no lights, and he has to hobble with canes, 6 miles till he can get on a phone. And the only person who could have done that. So when the word comes that he's like in a hospital in Maryland and he'll be back in 2 days, my bishop calls a headmaster, Dr. Sheehan, and says, bring him to St. Patrick's. Get him out. I want him out right now. Whatever you're doing, drop it all. It's not as important. Get him out. If that Jesuit comes back, he will physically kill Al. I mean, not beat him up like he's done 3 times already, that I can kind of, it'll toughen him up, So I basically learned that you can't fight City Hall, but you can corrupt it. You can go above it. You can go below it. You can go navigate around it, but you can't go mano a mano. So that was a great lesson, meaning I got that all out of me. Some people do that for the rest of their freaking life, end up in jail, go dead, whatever, and you have 0 life. I learned in a 4-month period that you can't do that, and I got it all out of me. I became, and then because of that, it went into, my secret file, and at a certain point, I was, well, we want to teach you this, and this. And because you did that, and boy, you did that so well, you're going to make a great assassin. I mean, you're going to be it. So they, taught me, anybody wants to teach me anything, not a problem. But for have me to be their servant, work for them, I don't work for anybody, right? Now, I can be your consultant, right? But I am not, for the, 60 years that I've been working, had a job, get a paycheck, earn money, put it in the bank since I was 9, right? And so I have never worked for anyone I didn't want to work for. And I've always worked for people who needed me more than I needed them. And these are things that you guys should learn. You should never do a job you don't want to do. Right now they can't find anybody to work at, clean the toilet or work in a fast, because they had a whole year. That's one of the, the powers that shouldn't be, the hidden hand, doesn't realize they think they're all powerful. They think they're Oz, right? And they should have watched the movie. And so they no matter how many times this comes up, they never take it into their equation. And that is, whenever you do anything, there's an unexpected consequence. Now, whenever I do anything, I always expect the unexpected consequence. I may not know what it is, but I've gotten pretty good to say it could be this, this, or this, and I'm going to be at least ready to see it coming, and then I'll figure out how to navigate it, right? And that's how I can pretty much accomplish anything I want to do. But that's the thing. I need to want to do it. Because if it's something I don't need to do or don't want to do, I just don't do it. So I get brought into organization structures, you name it, and they put me through their protocols, all the stuff, expecting that I'm going to do what everyone else does at the end. At the end, I go, sorry, I'm not going to do that. I'm not contractually signed up to do what your bidding is, and they're like, because everyone else who ever went through that program did it because they expected to do, to say, yes, sir, right away, sir, how high, I'll do whatever you say. I'm your toy. I'm your pony, I'm your mud puppet. Pull my string. Me, not so much. But the people in that organization, the high guys up here go, well, he is our guy, not their guy. That's the mud puppet work, but we got other things. So that's our guy. So I've been trained to do lots of different things, and I don't do it. So I took a vow of beyond nonviolence. Nonviolence comes not just not hurting physically, hitting somebody or shooting something. No, nonviolence is how you think about people, right? How you treat them. So I don't treat anybody with violence. And people, when I was doing the videos with John, people, he's a saint. How can he be so patient? And John used to get really upset because people would tell John to shut the back up and just let me talk and tell stories. And that's why he kept throwing me out. Let's see what you guys are saying. Remind me of your story about killing all the animals. Yes, let's see. Don't get it. Maybe he will expand. I'm expanding a lot here, but I'm all over the place, so I may not be focused enough to. You got to ask me a real question. That's why I go in and look what you guys are saying and see if I can find any specific questions. Does the universe provide for you? Yes, all the time. Yep. But I have to let the universe, first I have to communicate the universe. Like the school was up on, where the school is, where John is. That is a very sacred and powerful ley line. And it was one of the Cherokees' most sacred places. And there's a mound there of these rocks that are the size of school buses. And down below them in the back, there's a little cave that is like as big as my head. It's about maybe 10 inches in diameter. But if you sit, and there's a flat plain that's really well drained, the rest is like a squirrely forest, but right in front of this, it's like really grass, and you can sit there and it's comfortable. And if you sit there and go into state, you go right in there. And it's straight out of, the cave in, The Empire Strikes Back. And, when everyone is going over here, Luke has to go to this place looking for Yoda, right? And he sinks his starfighter into the swamp, and he meets this little guy, and he gets all frustrated, and he's looking for Yoda, and doesn't realize this little guy is Yoda, and he's like in a little house, and he's getting more and more annoyed, and Yoda says, I can't train this guy. He won't listen. He gets angry. All the things that, a Jedi Knight not supposed. He's too old. He's supposed to start when you're 2, and basically that attitude by being in the seminary and going through that war, I got it, And so all of my teachers, I've always been, I could listen, I could do and not try, right? And, I don't have to be perfect. I could just, so I learned I had all these great teachers. And my, there's about 10 of all of the teachers I had who were really powerful people on this plane and many different planes. And they're still with me. I mean, they're not in body anymore, but they're still, they're there. I see them in dream time all the time. I go into source. I see them. I can see them right here, right now with me, right? So the bottom line is that you are here for a reason. And when you have a clear mind, you can see that reason very clearly. When you have conscious intent, meaning taking that clear mind and putting it into what you want to do, that's clear intent. If you have, conscious awareness, that is seeing all this stuff. People don't see anything because they have no awareness whatsoever, right? And that's what this channel is all about, to give you, the cadre and the adepts, the ability to have conscious awareness and conscious intent. How symbolic that the entire experience was for you and for all of us that you told about. I'll never forget it. Okay. Yep. That's what it's about. Sharing and caring. It's the we and me. Is this guy from Russia? P. Nogo. Not a clue, but good to see you, guy. If you're from Russia, I love Russia. I love everybody. There isn't a people or a place that I don't love. Buddy, good to see you. Are you using illusion? Well, illusion is more my tool, but illusion, I can see it, but I try not to be illusionary. But I always allude to things, I can totally see this all in my mind right now. Good. Constantly, yes. Yep. Love for everyone. How did you end up in the UK? Well, there was this thing called Freddie Laker. Freddie Laker had this one 747, and he had an Airbus, and he would fly those two airplanes back and forth between Kennedy and Heathrow. And for when he first started, it was $60, right? And you would go, he had a little office in the Pan Am building on 34th Street, and you go in there by noon, but they opened at 8, but usually by noon, all the seats were filled. But they would sell the tickets until, the seats were filled. And they had about 200 and something seats in each of those aircraft. And it was all one class. It wasn't, first, second, just one class. And it was the first $66 was the first one, right? And so I first went to Ireland with my parents. When I got thrown out of seminary, they, wanted to go to Europe and see the Pope. My mom and father had a private thing with Pope John. My mom had a thing with Pope John. My mom was a uber Catholic and was all about the power parts of, that's why I was going to be a rocket scientist for the Pope. Anyway, and that's why Cardinal Cushing was my godfather. Anyway, the first time I went to Ireland, I was 16. Second time, I was 19. Because I was telling the story about high school and I wasn't going to go to college, and because, I wanted to go, I got accepted to a ton of colleges, but they wanted all this paperwork from my prep school, and my headmaster refused, just didn't send it. So they thought I wasn't interested, and I just, and I got no mail, so I didn't know what was going on. And and I only got into these colleges because of the art I was making and the theater I was manifesting, and the photos I was taking, and I was entering them in all these competitions, prep school competitions, and this Marilyn, what was Marilyn's? She was on the board of Lincoln Center, and she saw me act in a play we did, and it was JB, the story of Job. Go see that play, JB. Or get the book. It's on the internet. Anyway, so my headmaster wanted me to not go to college and go to Vietnam and die. Right? He just hated me because I gave him a good reason why. And but I wasn't as actively, because I didn't want to waste my time. But there were a few times I did things to the headmaster that just were like. So this woman who was on the board of Lincoln Center and Juilliard, she wanted me to go Juilliard. There wasn't space for me. She also was running the theater department at Hofstra University, and she didn't have it. Well, she got me in there, and it was okay for the first semester. Second semester, I was already working in the theater. I was already working at Lincoln Center. I was already working for Herbert Berghoff Uta Hagen Studio. I was already working for the Living Theater, being their lighting guy and staging. And so the guys at hospital, the teachers were like, and the school was, and that's a whole nother 4-hour story. And I've already said it a few times, so go back and look. And I'm sorry that I don't give any stronger names, but they're all shamanic things that come to me. And so if you look at all the shows that I've done, there isn't one I can say, oh, go to R94S, and it'll be exactly what you're looking for. You kind of have to use your shamanic self to figure out which of these shows is the one you need to see. So anyway, I went through that school, and at a certain point, I just couldn't do it anymore. And so it was my third semester, and I went to the bursar, instead of signing up for classes. I said, so my parents paid for this. Oh, yeah, the money's in the bank. Now, if I don't go to school right at this moment, since I haven't signed up for anything, can I get that money back? Oh, yeah. I can sign you a chit. You go over to the office over there, they'll give you cash. So that's exactly what I did, and I hit the road. For 5 months, I stayed, hiding in plain sight. Right? I stayed at Duke, and I stayed at Chapel Hill and University of Maryland, and I went to classes. I went and studied with, Joseph Campbell. At that school in D.C. Anyway, so I did that. And then I kind of got, someone got in contact with Maryland, the lady at Lincoln Center who got me into Hofstra, who was, person who really, really believed in me and wanted me to, be successful, so she could say, see that boy over there, Anyway, so she said, listen, you can't continue to do what you're doing because they're going to find you and they're going to immediately draft you and you're going to immediately be in Vietnam and dead. And I don't want to see you dead. So I have this, I've been, been asked to find some student to go to Trinity in Dublin and study and act and work at the, State Theatre, Celtic Theatre of Ireland, right? And I got the slot, and you're going, right? And come back to New York. You can stay in my apartment. We'll get you all ready. I've already signed you all up. You just got to sign some things. Your passport. So okay, I say, my passport's okay. So I went back, stayed in her place for like 4 or 5 days. She put me on the Freddie Laker airplane to fly to Heathrow, and then took the train and then the ferry to Ireland, right, to Dublin. So that's how I got, the first time I went to UK was that. And so how easy, $60, and you went and bought the ticket, right, at that place on 34th Street, and they'd say, get back here at 4. And you get back at 4, and they'd have 2 buses, 3 buses waiting on the curb. You get on, and they would, as you got on, they gave you a little bottle of champagne and a little box with some nibbly things, and they drove us out to the airport. And you wouldn't go through the airport per se. They would drive you out on the tarmac, park in front of his plane because he couldn't afford a gate, and you'd go up the stairs from the tarmac up into the airplane, and then they would take off around 6:00, right? And they'd have a nice Irish dinner, like pot roast and potatoes and carrots and a bunch of other stuff, and Irish soda bread and a lot of Irish whiskey and tea, and that was. And then as you would land in Dublin on Freddie Laker. No, Scan. You. No, he had. No, you had to go to Heathrow and then go that way. So anyway, first time I went to Trinity, I was 19. It was 1969 or 70, and so that's the first time I went to England, and so. After that, and I learned about Freddie Laker, I probably did that trip 10 times. And so, the first time I went to Trinity, that was amazing. Second time I went to see the old crone because I had some issues about the universe. And she and I had this like Skype thing in our head. We didn't need a telephone or any of the buzz. And so I had issues and I was experiencing things, and she wanted me to show up so she could show me stuff. And she says, well, I'm seeing everything you're going through, and it's representing some really interesting things I'm working on. But there's one thing about doing this, like, through the Akashic record, but and it is a lot like Skype or WhatsApp, and she said, no, but you need to come over, and because we had to do the kind of experience we used to do. And I said, okay, and she goes, I want to see you. I haven't seen you. So okay, so I did that, and that's when I met Archie, and we went to Scotland and then through England, and he showed me all these really great. I mean, England, UK is a great country. I mean, I love the way they have kept, the Romans destroyed it, and then the English over the years kind of made it the green place it is. And they have all this common lands in the commons and the common paths, and they have a lot of interesting traditions over there. And there's a lot of Celtic energy and a lot of high vibration energy dynamics and pyramids and you name it, all kinds of interesting stuff. And Archie, who is, he was one of the first people who wrote about, aliens, we being the children of aliens. He wrote this stuff in the 1900s, right, through the 1950s, right? And he had a seat at Trinity, and he was he had his own little department. He was like Doctor Who. He really was. And we spent one whole summer taking a gypsy wagon up from Limerick all the way up along the west coast, all the way up to Galway, looking for pyramids in that western part of Ireland. And there are a whole bunch. And we kept... the first night we were out, we ran into some gypsies, and we were really nice to them and shared all their stuff to us. And they were more, gypsies will give you the shirt off their back, but if you try and cheat them, they'll eat you alive. So you got to be the most on, and they can read people like, meaning where I learned how to read was I worked in a carnival in Long Island, and the boss, and we traveled around. We didn't stay in one place, so I could go back home, but we went, and not just Long Island, went into Connecticut and New England, and so I had to travel with him. So I said, so where's my travel trail? He said, oh, and he introduced me to the gypsy woman who read people's fortunes, and she was somewhere between 27 and 40. She never told, but she was like, and so when he introduced us, she just kind of looked me up and down and said, uh-huh. And then he had, showed me, because I was going to be their everything electrician and mechanical stuff. But, and that whole story I've already told it a number of times, but some other time I'll tell you that story. But she basically, when I came back, said, so, do I sleep on the floor? Do I sleep, is there a couch? And she pointed to her bed, which wasn't like a, king size. It was like, a nice queen, a little bit bigger than a twin. And he said, you sleep here. And it was like time to go to bed, when I showed up. And she was sitting outside looking at the stars. And we talked about the stars a little bit. And we went in. I said, so where do I sleep? And she said, pointed at her bed. She took all her clothes off and said, take yours off. And that was the beginning of a beautiful friendship. So she was one who taught me everything about reading people, right? And, I had already been studying psychology, so I kind of mixed that in. And I started studying sociology and anthropology. I kind of mixed that in. And so, but she taught me palmistry. She taught me, I knew astrology, but not like she did. She was amazing. She, tweaked me up in that astrology and tarot cards and tea reading and energy reading. She right away. So she said, "What happened to you?" I said, "What do you mean? What happened? His life happened to me." She said, "No, your head. What happened to your head?" And I at that point, I didn't tell people my story like I'm telling you until I really started doing YouTube. I mean, I told loads of stories, but they were more classical oriented, and shamanically oriented. And it wasn't until I decided to put this all together and do this that I really started telling people stories about me, right? And which then kind of got me into writing my novels, which are stories about me, but way more, artistically challenged. But anyway, so I went to England, went to Ireland and Europe through Freddie Laker over a 10-year period until he went bankrupt and started doing. But at the most expensive, the airplane ride was $130, one way. And you got lots of booze to drink and a really good meal. And it was loads of fun, and it was one class. And his 747 had the deck upstairs that they just turned into one gigantic pub, and the only thing that, weighed on how many people could be up there was they couldn't unbalance the aircraft. They couldn't have everyone try to squeeze in up there. So they would do it by X amount of rows would go up there for a while. And then more people would wander up, and it got to a point, you could comfortably have, 60 people up there. You could easily, but maybe not comfortably, have almost 120 people up there. And that was about the limit. They wouldn't, really anything above 100, they would start saying if people were getting too loud or too drunk or too this or too that, they said, oh, go back to your seat so somebody else can come up. So I went to England a lot. And when I got married, my first wife, we lived in London. We had this really strange apartment in Paddington Station. And, it was about 12 by 12, or not even that, maybe 10 by 10. And the loo was in the hallway. I had a little sink in one of the corners, so you could brush your teeth, wash up a little bit. A little mirror and a light over it. And and the bed it took up like 89% of the whole place. It had an armoire at the end, and they had the doors cut so it would open up over the bed, and it had one window, but there was a building built like that far from the window, so the only sunlight ever came when was 12 noon, and it came straight down, and there was a little ledge from both things, and the ledge would light up, and so and that, the only thing you could do in that place was sleep, right? We had no radio, we had no TV, we had no nothing. So whenever we were in that room, we were either having sex or sleeping. And usually sex first, then sleep, then sex, then sleep, sex, then go to work. And I had some other, over the years, I made friends who were in London. There were a lot of people who I met in Ireland, and they were poor, and they had really smart kids, and their kids and them went to England because that's what Irish people did to try to make money. They were the niggers of England. And so until England started letting loose of its overseas enterprises like Jamaica and different countries and like Pakistan and India and until and which made England a racially diverse country, right? And I think they do a fair job of integrating all their people, way better than we do, way better than France does. Oh, France and Germany. Germany tries because they realize that their white folk are getting too old to reproduce. So they still need, until they get robots, they still need people working in the factory. So they've done relatively well with that. Anyway, and Archie, I went to Archie, he had a castle. So a number of times I went to visit him. And so the two big universities that are in Scotland, he was part of them. So I got to know people there. So there were loads of people in Europe that I knew when they were little kids, and then they went to England and made it well, got good jobs. And there are about 4 of them that, I knew their families, and then they went to England and did well, got a house. The kids went to school, and so there are 2 different families and 6 kids, and 4 of the 6 came and visited Don and me. And one of those families was related to Don, right? So they were cousins to her. So they came and lived with us in our loft. And Catherine and Jeffrey and Sadie came. And then this other family that had nothing to do with Donna that came and visited me when I was living in Alphabet City. And those 6 kids, spend like a year with us. I mean, it was that period between they were going to go to college or maybe not go to. They were figuring out what they were going to do. And then they came from the experience of being with me and Don, or just with me and whoever else I was with in the Alphabet City land. And it was so like culturally, socially rocking from what they ever were experiencing in England, even though what they were experiencing in England was pretty cool. It was like, 90 to 180 different from what they were doing. And so they, let's see. So I lived a lot in Europe, and I also lived in Sweden. I lived in this place called Forshuga, which is right between Gothenburg and Stockholm. And I did that because I had a really good friend who was an American boy from Boston, and I knew him when I was in Boston. And I kept away from going to Vietnam because I was creative. He met when we were living together in Worcester. I was a DJ, radio personality at WAAF in Worcester. I think it's still on the air. Now it's probably a religious station. But anyway, we were a rock and roll station, and we were a religious station, classical music first when this guy's father had it, and then he died. This guy got the radio station and the Dunkin' Donut shop. And he was totally wacko guy. He hired me and about 4 other guys to work at that station. And my friend was one of the guys, and he was a great musician. And he, instead of playing records, he played music and had musician friends come and play with him. It was really an interesting time. So anyway, he got a draft notice, and just around then, I had already learned how to hide in plain sight. So I said, well, why don't we leave Worcester and go to Boston? I have this friend who's an airline stewardess, and she always loves to see me, for a limited amount of time. And she's never, half the time she's never there. So we can go there and stay there, and that should work out pretty good. So we did, and it did. And the anti-war movement was going. And I really was disgusted with the anti-war movement because it was just really, it's when I really learned about politics in the United States, and that all politics is the same, controlled by the same entity. And people who, left, right, up, down, doesn't matter. 2 wings of the same corporate bird. And the same thing with like alternative politics and, the anti-war movement and the racial movement and the environmental movement. All they were the loyal opposition, and they weren't, and even the radicals were loyal opposition because it fit into the storyline of the ruling class. So anyway, so we were doing that, and he was busking on the street, and I was doing whatever I usually do. And he came in our apartment, or my girlfriend stewardess's apartment. And whenever she came, she loved my friend and the Swedish girl, and at a certain point, the draft board, his father was a Marine, and the draft board would drop a note off at the house, and his father would say where he was, and then the FBI or whoever tracks you down to get, if you're running from your draft board, especially, and so my friend, he actually burnt his draft card, which is a felony. You can go to jail for that one. I never broke, I learned that you just don't break the law. You don't listen to it, you don't act by it, but you don't break it, right? So and I did that when I worked for Ralph Nader. I learned all about just us. So anyway, he met the Swedish girl, and she goes, well, why don't we just, you've got a passport, and you're not a criminal yet. Why don't we just go to Sweden? I mean, you just stay there. Okay, ask for political asylum. And they did, and he was such a good musician. He married her, and he went totally Swedish, learned Swedish language, culture. He started studying their music, and he really got into their ancient, classical, folk music. And ABBA was taking over the world. He had his little niche where all those people who liked the old songs, and he learned and could speak Swedish better than the Swedish. And that's how I ended up there, because he started trying to kill himself. Because what happened was his mother got cancer. He loved his mother, hated his father. His father said, I don't have a son. And so when he would write to his mother, he was ignoring her, and he wasn't. Then she gets cancer, and he wrote, and he finds out about it, and he tries to tell her. He calls her up, gets her on the phone, said, listen, Mom, you can come here. She goes, well, I can't to even get medicine, and I'm just going to die. And she said, no. You come to Sweden, and if you come to Sweden, you'll get free health care, period. Zip, they'll take care of you. And her husband wouldn't let her get a passport to come to Sweden, right? So anyway, that made my friend depressed, and so I got there when he's trying to kill himself, and I said, buddy, all we need to do is take a vacation. You've been doing this forever, and you haven't taken a yes, your life's pretty cool. You got this great wife, you got 2 kids, you got a great career, got a nice house, but that's all you do. You don't do, and yes, you travel around Sweden, you travel around Europe, you go all these different places, but that's still work, and you're not like relaxing. You got to hang with me. You got to take it easy. You got to see you got to have adventures like we used to have, remember all the adventures? Okay, you're right. You got to do that. So we did. We went to Stockholm, went to the airport, and they had this board up there of all these trips to go to almost anywhere in the world. And Sweden, because the place is like half the time it is. And Elena, tell us, she's still with us? Anyway, she could tell you that in Sweden, they not only give you 2 weeks off, and they not only pay you your wage, but they pay for the trip, the airplane ride, the hotels, the go visiting the museums, the meals, everything is paid for by the state because they say that's good for your psychology. You need to get out of town every now and then. So there are all these, everyone gets a vacation to go on, but about 20, 30, 40% of the people are so neurotic, so can't leave their house, that they sign up, they get this is your trip, this you're going to take it, and then they don't show up. So if you go to the airport and you're ready just to look at that board and says, flight going to Istanbul in an hour, you go over, sign up, they take care of everything, you get on the airplane, you go. 2 weeks in Istanbul, hotel, meals, and tours, everything, right? And so I did that. I did that with my wife for about a year, and I did that on my own for a number of, in the 70s before I met my wife, and in early 80s, I did it a couple times. So those are all the times and as long as Freddie Laker existed, because it was great. You didn't have to go through any rigmarole to get an airplane ticket from. You just walked down to their place on 34th Street, went in there before noon. And if you went in there before noon, you were probably going to get on that airplane that day, right? Or whenever you wanted it within a week. You couldn't buy it any more than 4 days in advance, right? And because they probably didn't even know if their airplane was going to fly in those sports. Anyway, but once Freddie Laker went, it was so much tougher to get you had to go through a travel agent, blah, 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 right? And I stopped doing that, especially after, once I became, the last time I really took a trip outside the country, well, the last time I took a trip outside the country was in 1988 when I went to Brazil to build the discotheque for Jabba the Hutt and the Nazis. And that's another good story. But I went out of the country 3 other times on someone's corporate nickel. I went to Ireland twice while Ireland was, starting to become the big transnational corporate state that it is today. Real estate people who knew me, they weren't like my friends, but I knew them. And they knew that I'd been in Ireland a lot and knew a lot of Irish people and knew a lot of Irish culture and would be a big asset because the people they were sending were bankers and lawyers and nobody who knew Ireland at all. And they had things that they wanted to environments they wanted to get. And, the only thing they could judge was what was on the internet at the time, and this was 2005. So I took 3 trips of that kind of nature between 2005, well, really between 2003 and 2007. So 2005 was the last time I was out of this country, and that was it. I'm done. I did so much traveling I didn't need to do anymore, right? And unless something interesting comes up. I never say never, right? So let's see what the guys are saying here. So Candace says constantly he was well. How did you end up in UK? I think I just covered that. I would so love to see the old school and the land it's on. Well, just go to John's. John Birmingham go to YouTube and look at all his videos. The problem with John, so I keep every YouTube I make, I leave there, right? Like I said, there's almost 2,000 shows up there now. John makes 1 or 2 a week. He puts it up there, and then he takes it down. He takes the public part out, and so you can't see it. But he keeps a bunch of them up there. So if you went on his channel and looked at whatever you can look at, you would probably get a good idea what the school looks like. And John has done amazing things to that place. Meaning, I bought it basically because the lady who built it had no money and I had a bunch of money. But I had 5 other houses. That was when I was, had a lot of money. Well, no, not a lot of money from what I was used to having, but not very much a lot of money to what people think a lot of money is, And I was making, 40 times more than I needed. Ergo, and it was going down on the book, so I had to play the game. So one of the ways to not have to pay half that money in taxes, because I wasn't a really rich guy, I was just doing pretty good for a short period of time, I had to buy real estate. Then I could write all of, so I didn't have to pay taxes. And so one of the things I could do, Inga, who had built that school with her husband, George Solanovich, basically, she had all these little properties. She rented them out, and the Hill would do whatever it thought you needed or wanted. So all these people went up there, wanted to escape from life, do drugs and other things to self-medicate themselves. And so the Hill would double down. You want to drink alcohol? Well, I'll make a stone cold drunk, because the Hill had no good or bad. It just felt what you thought you wanted, it would give you. And, anyway. So, and that's, for me, it was fine, right? So, I was doing all this stuff, and the Hill said, oh, we'll help them do all this stuff. And so I was doing it all. And the school, for the first 5 years, I tried to really run it as a school, my mystery school, and I didn't get one righteous student. I had all these people who, the guys I showed you, being woke with JP, all those things, how to be, make money off the new age, Joe Biden, all of that stuff. There's one, they have a great one about life jackets and the whole vaccine thing. Instead of even mentioning the word vaccine, they cover the whole subject by taking the story of the life jacket. So go look them up, and awake and being awake or awoke with JP, whatever. Actually, put that in to Google or into Facebook. I'm sure they'll come up. So anyway, and so the school was that. I tried to do the school thing, but it ended up just being my warehouse of stuff and a place I would go 4 or 5 times. In the springtime, summertime, fall time, I'd spend 2-3 weeks, and it was my, the deep green I've had for 20 years. So that has always been that's where I live. That's my residence. That's the place. But it's out in the middle of the woods. There's nothing, but, there's no house, no, amenities, it's beautiful. And I've sculpted it into a gorgeous place. And in 08, since 06, I'm still doing really well. So I had a couple of weeks. I went in there and I met, everything just came right. I built a nice garage with a gigantic deck. And if I ever build a house, it was going to be a cabin, but some moron who had a house here got all up and gave me a hard time. It's not that, because it used to be it was supposed to be a gated community, but it didn't work, right? It went bankrupt 2 years after they built it, and a couple of people had lots, but no one. I was the only guy living there, and then this rich guy came, thought he was rich, and he wanted to start it back as a gated community, but it wouldn't do. That would never happen, and to the point where a tree fell right on his house, broke it in half, and caught it on fire. It was like, okay, and that's how energetic the deep woods are, right? And so that whole 200 square miles of the accordion between the accordion mountain range between the Appalachian and Blue Ridge, where I live, between Johnson City, Kingsport, and Boone, is super energetic. I mean, and so it's for 20 years, it's been a nature habitat. There is no one there. And now the rich are coming in, but they've only been there a year and they're starting to, but they're so unconscious. I mean, they're doing stuff and ruining things and they don't realize they're doing it. Like they chopped off the top of this one little mountain range and our county doesn't have a building department. So if you want to develop something, you go to a place that has no building department. You can do whatever the heck you want. And there's no inspections, no anything. But there are no roads, and there's only one county road, and it's like does this. It goes around all the Sawtooth Mountains, and there's lakes everywhere. So there's like around this and around water and around this and around. It's really beautiful. If you don't know that road and you're like looking at the beauty, you die. And so. That's another reason why I decided to not be in the woods for the winter, because those morons are out there, and I'd rather just be on someone's couch than having to deal with all that crap. I can deal with everything if it's spring, summer, and fall, but when it's 19 degrees below zero and 10 inches of snow, and some guy comes flying through your front lawn, and smashes into a tree, So anyway, that's that neck of the woods, and the school was similarly energetic. So John is up there, and he's done an amazing job because, like I said, my place was the last 10 years of it, I just was using it as a warehouse and a place to hang out now and then. And especially after Inga died, because she was my main motivating, because she was loads of fun to hang with. So. And I had the money and she needed the cash. That's why I bought the school, right? And I paid the county said it was worth 40 grand and I gave her 125 because I needed to spend that on a piece of real estate so I didn't have to pay any taxes. So I did that. And her son-in-law, thought I was just, like the rest of the drunken bums that were on there because they weren't paying her any rent and she's too sweet to get heavy with them. And at the closing, he couldn't believe that I had the cash. And his lawyer said, "No, this guy's straight up, man. He gave me a cashier's check like a month ago, and I put it in the account, and it's no muss, no fuss, no mortgage, no nothing, just no having to go through half the paperwork because he just put the money in a bank account with a cashier's check, and he gave it to me. So anyway, that's the school. And so John got it from me for about what I paid for it. And I had it for 15 years. So I had the school for 15 years for basically free. And then all the expenses I had, he paid for all of that. So it was living there for 15 years for free, give or take. So, and then I stayed with John because I knew he was not going to be able to deal with any of it all on his own, with with who and what he is, and then the energetics of that place, it would eat him up like a Tootsie Pop. So what time is it now? 2 a.m. How long have I? 4 hours. Ooh, and there's still 4 of you hanging in there. Right on, gang. Let's see. So who is this Russian guy? There's 3 Russian guys that are on here tonight, and one, thing rent, one FYI. What do you guys? I have no idea what you're saying, but there's 3 Russian guys on there, and there's Baba. Hey, sweetie. I think it's a sweetie. Again, I think that's one of the Russians. It's because it's A, capital A, then the letters do not look. And what is Von? Is that German, like wunderbar? And what's for your FYI is like for your information, I think. I'm not really sure. and Von, and the little things and a dot in between. I mean, that does look a little. What would you call that? There's phallic, and then what's the word that represents the hoo-hoo? I think doesn't that look like a hoo-hoo? The little dot could be the clitoris. I'm not quite sure. I have no idea. The whole code of the YouTube. I have no idea. So I'm not a clue. Question: can you read energy through connection online? Yes, pretty much, or on phone. Yep. So I mean, when I look at you guys on the chat, I can see energetically how you're feeling, what state or emotion you got. I can kind of sense whether you're a guy or a girl, but really I'm not. Most of the times I get it wrong, and the gender thing is like the Russian guys there, and wingding. Yep, I love that word. That's a great word, wingding, right? So Candace, is T, E, and B, are those Russians? And are they male or female? What do you think? Tababa, Malaki, somehow that sounds Russian to me. I'm not quite sure. It could be from Alpha Centauri, for all I know, And that little, like T's thing there, and it says von Rent, right? So like I said, it could be Russian because wunderbar, right? Von. And rent is rent, I think. And FYI, isn't that for your information? So Boba. And the other sign, B, E, and T, could be John Birmingham because he does shit like that all the time. I'm thinking they're perhaps Russian. Yes. So, but John Boy, he could, he does that. He comes on as the mystery guest every now and then. And when he's playing a character, he can get outside of his laundry list, right? So, but no, these guys are, they could be random trollers, but they're kind of being fun, right? I mean, they're not being. I don't feel any energetics of nastiness, as as if they were trollers, I would see them more like merry pranksters than that. And so like T there, right? And it says von Rent. What is that thing between the N and the R? Is that a uvula there? Is that what is that? Doesn't that look like woman parts there? I mean, maybe that's just I always see. Guys are always seeing penises, not me. I'm always seeing vulvas, My that's my happy place, I'm not quite sure. What is IDK? See, all these abbreviations are like past me. Like, FYI, so for your information, right? IDK, no idea what that means. Are they still watching? I have no idea how see, I'm at a place where I kind of need a crew. See, I want to start a thing called the Traveling Video Art Circus, where we actually physically take this on the road and we take it to universities. I did this in the 70s. I did this in the 80s, and it's really great because the travel is loads of fun. Colleges are these kind of special environments, and most colleges, if not all, have what is known as student activity fund. They take somewhere between 30 or $100 from every student of that semester. They put it in a bank account and use it to like have carnivals and bands and lectures and things of that nature, right? And the thing about it is, whatever money they collect for that semester, they have to spend every nickel of it before the next. They can't have a slush fund. right? They can't roll it over. So, like when I was at UNC, you know, I was just there, and someone said, "We need a student activity advisor. Do you want to do that?" I said, "Yeah, for $100 a month, or a week or whatever, however often these guys meet. You give me $100 and an office where we can have it. I'll do it." So I did it. Same thing when I taught a class. Can you teach this class? Because if they only have this one class, instead of having to go through the trials and tribulations of getting an adjunct, can you do this? Sure. So and for $100 a class, and give me a office, and I'll do it. So every school has a student activity fund, and they have to spend every nickel. So we started a thing called the Traveling Video Art Circus, right? We get a website and put a curriculum and nice pictures of what we're going to do, and charge them like $5 to $20 grand for being there for 2 days to a week, where we do classes and have shows and do all kinds of just amazing things, and get them to do them with us. We just don't, they're the audience and we're the action. No, they're going to be the action. When I was part of the Living Theater, that was what I loved about it. They had this, when I was involved with them, their theater was on either McDougal or Green, I'm not quite sure, but it was an old garage, and people would go in the door, and they had it was air conditioned. And so in the summertime, businessmen would go in there just to get cool, and you couldn't get out. And the show would go on for like 15 hours, and it would like, do things to people's minds. So at the end, they were like, cavemen, and they were ripping off their clothes and having sex with everyone in the thing. And then we would roll up the garage door, which would open up the performance space to the outside world. And the people who had been, came in business suits and now were naked, would run out naked, go, ah! That was a living theater. And that's kind of what I want to do in these universities, to have the kids run out of the rolled up gate of the garage going, ah! Meaning I'm free, I'm taking this thing off my neck. So, and that traveling, moving around, video art circus. We're bringing art and the energy of the circus to that campus. And we will leave the freely inquiring society. And in universities, colleges, they have fraternities and sororities and societies. And these are things, once they are planted there, they stay there forever, unless they do something bad and they were like, naughty, we'll give you one chance, be better, right? So we leave all of these freely inquiring societies to inquire freely, open mind, to understand, and a society, community, and that they turn that school into that freely open mind, inquiring community, and then they expand their school out into whatever town, city they're in. That's how we change the world. And I've done it 3 or 4 times. Works great. But you need a crew. I can't do it all by myself. And this is as close as I can do that on the internet. But I have no idea what I'm doing. I do not understand any of this technology, right? I just barely can make it work. And every time, every 3 weeks, Google is changing protocols on everything. And I need, and I have no idea. Right. So I need a cadre. So what's it mean? I looked it up. And I know what it means, but come on, tell me. That's what I love about it. What it means, what's it mean? It is boot comment, not good. Well, that's their problem, not mine. It is again, what is a boot comment? See, that's how, a troglodyte I am. I have no idea about anything, right? So And that's how when I was a little kid, and people would try to bully me, which I guess is kind of like boot as a robot. Oh, bot is a robot. Okay. So it's AI that is. It's okay. Spam. Okay. Thank you. See, there you go. So I see AI was the first character to watch this thing, right? So, that's it. And like you saw how I thought what it was, So, um, and so if the Russian guys were to come on, we could change them. They're not going to change us, And if they're too annoying, I know enough to use the 3 dots over there. I can, vamoose them. You're welcome. Thank you, darling. Yes. See, I need a comrade like you to. So, Janice? Did you ever see Dark Journalism? Because he has his own Candace. So he's on there, and he's got this look. He wears a black suit, white shirt, little skinny black tie, and he's got black hair, and he's got a shaved side, and it kind of goes up like this, and he's got the the little goatee-ish black beard and everything shaven, and you should see him just for the aesthetic. And Olivia is his, and you never see her. You only hear her voice. She got a very nice voice, and she's running the board, right? And she is reading all the chat stuff, and she picks out what's the most interesting, and she shows it and reads it on, her voice reads it. So people like me who's not looking at the live chat, it enters into the subject matter. And like I said, their chat is, very scholarly. He's got some great information, and he's got great guests, and he does a great job. So it's a crazy world. Yep. But it's a fun world. And it's not the only world we have, because we live. See, the thing that the average mud puppet doesn't realize is that we are a multi-dimensional creature. 28 dimensions, not 3, 28. And if you go into state, if you go to your Akashic record and you sit down at your reading table and your librarian brings your Akashic record, big, gigantic book that's like 1.5 feet this way and, 1 foot this way, and you open it up, it's 3 feet by 2 feet, and it's 2 big white pages. You put your left hand on the left page, the right hand on the right page. You lean into it and you evacuate all of your angst, all of your fear, all of your self-doubt. And it goes onto those 2 white pages like an ink blot, right? Then you close it, and each page is like onion skin. You open it up, and there's this big screen in the middle and 28 little screens around. And that ink blot has turned into the issues that you can see right there. Oh, wow, there's the argument I have, and there's the jerk, and oh, look at that. Oh, I won't do that again. And oh, look, that was a good. I'll try and do that more often. And you see things as it is. And then the 28 little screens are the 28 dimensions we live in. So you just don't see up, down, and time. You see every other angle that we actually exist in. And that's why the Akashic record is so good, because you can see in the past and the future, the up, the down, the side, 28 different other dimensions of you. And you truly get a good sense of what's going on. Yes, I agree. We are multidimensional beings. And so, but we, don't give it any shift. We don't even try to understand it. But it, once you go, it's not hard to go into state. It's just conscious awareness, breathing. Getting the squirrel in your mind. And see, your consciousness isn't your mind. Your mind is just a Rolodex, right? And your body is not you. This is just an avatar. This is what we use to negotiate the sandbox, to learn things, and then to construct them into spiritual realities. But we're not. Uh-oh, my battery's dying. Where's my little plug? There we go. Saved by the plug. So, and that's why I do the show, to give an access to all of the above, right? But I kind of, I've gotten myself to where I can travel, but I can't do it by myself anymore, And I always had a crew, wasn't just me, it's never been just me doing this, one of my greatest talents is putting together a crew and then taking it on the road, or doing some adventure, or doing some event, or do, like when we took over 50 abandoned buildings in New York and housed 500 homeless families that were mommies and kids, not drunks, not crackheads, not any of the above. But when we did that, other people said, "Oh, wow, you can do that." We showed them that you could do this and how to do it. And so we, around our buildings, we had crack houses. But when we said, okay, we're going to help you do this, and you can become part of our alliance, but no drugs, no totally fucked up drugs. People drink a little bit and smoke a little bit, but no, you can't do just a little bit of crack. You can't just do a little methamphetamine. You can't just do a little heroin. Those drugs are, no, sorry. So, so yeah, you want one of these abandoned villages, not right next to ours, kind of just down the road. And let's see. Well, that's a gift to have a crew. Yep. A posse. Yep. A coven. Yep. A brotherhood. Yep. Sisterhood, yep, and all the above together, and that's the real fun, is when you're all of that, right? Okay, Candace, who is this guy? Jillian, Lord, and Vertech. What is that? See, I don't want to just bop people like that off, because, like I said earlier on, when we did this, there were a lot of people who were really obnoxious. And people, give me the wrench. Let me be the arbiter. And I said, no. We're going to let everybody be here and give them, support to be the best they can be. And we did that, and it worked out great. That's why the cadre is as good as it is, because we never bopped. And but then when bots and trolls showed up, and they were obviously that. And were disconcerting and distracting of the chat, yes, and I would take the 3 dots and bop them out of there. But so this person right here, Jillian, whatever, Tech, I have no idea what the frack that is. And I wouldn't consider that another bot. Okay. What does it mean? I mean, why do they even go in? What are they trying to do? And should I just go like, okay, let's see. Remove. Message deleted by, yep, that was it. Yep. Like I said, if they were somebody that I could tell was a human being, I would just, give them space. But if they're, a thing that seems to have a negative presence, I'm just going to do this because I don't know them. And I can't feel any energy about them. can't say what they really are. So I think I will just do that. Just so I don't have to worry or think about them. So could be many things. Okay, well, I just got rid of them. So if they want to come back as another entity, not sure what the purpose is of these bots. But, I know I can infect my little device here, and this is my only access, my only portal. And like I said, I don't have a clue about any of this, right? And I'm not near my friendly, internet guru. Like I said, I went to this kid at Walmart's, and he was supposed to be the expert, and he knew nothing. It's like, really? Okay. Anyway, so Miss Candace, did you drop me a note on my the dude awake 42 at Gmail? I don't even know my phone went. Oh, there it is. Let's see. It's getting time for me to go to sleep. It's fun. I like talking to you, Candace. Let's see. Oh, yes. Oh, how about these guys? Do. Lana said hello. Jeffrey. Lana dropped a line. There she is. Lana's good people. She's been one of the folk from the start. So, Candace, drop me a line on the dude awake 42 at Gmail. And we can take it from there. But here it is. So, let's see. I think it's 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 32 seconds. That would have been a good spot to think, but I think I'll wait another few minutes and ask me a question about something, and I will spend the next 4 minutes telling you a story. And I'll go from there, and then I'll bop out of here. So, this year is going to be quite interesting in that the power should be, I sent you an email. Okay, good. Oh, no, like tonight, or should I look at another day? What, like I told you, I got all this stuff, but what day should I look for you, Candace? Tonight, or other days, or last week? Let's see. Oops. tomorrow. Okay, gotcha. Okay. So it's going to be interesting this year because there's going to be tremendous opportunity for us to truly do whatever the heck we want. We just really, and the only thing we have to do is have a conscious intent to do better and conscious awareness of what's kind of going around. Just and a good example were those bots, right? I said, what are that? I had no idea what they were. So, and that's why you need a team, a crew, because you knew how to figure out what they were. It's right now, and basically the fact that I've had to do all this stuff myself has been actually good because it forced me out of my comfort zone to figure out stuff. And so I have. So I'm a lot better at like when I was the university guy, right? The itinerant scholar, and so I would have this amazing facilities, Cornell, Duke, Chapel Hill, Tech, probably 30 different, well, not that many, but yeah, maybe 30 different universities that I worked through over a 30, 40-year period. And I always had, there were always kids and students and teachers who would do whatever the heck I wanted to do. And, so if I wanted to make I could really use to make a website right now. But there was this one guy who worked at this university, and he was like a janitor, but he was a brilliant, computer scientist, and in 94, we started, because he had servers in his basement of his house, right? And he had a studio downtown that he had servers in, right? And so he had purchased, when the URLs, the addresses, when no one was really using the internet, he realized that it was going to be something. So he got all these URLs for like, GeneralMotors.com and Ford.com and USGovernment.com. I mean, all of these that, these morons didn't even think of using the internet in the early 90s. So he got all of these things. And then, GoDaddy, somebody invented, and so he basically was GoDaddy, and his wife got sick, and he kind of lost his position, and so he had no money, and he had a nice house and stuff, and he didn't want to lose anything, and his wife needed a lot of medical stuff, and so he sold all those addresses for a nice chunk of change, but not what they were worth, like more than he would have made in 10 years, but not what he should have gotten millions, and he got thousands, right? And we also started something that was called My TV, and it was exactly what YouTube was, right? And he wrote the software and had it on servers, and we did shows on it, and we were really just hysterical, but there was no one else on our little channel, and we did it for a year. And again, so he not only sold all those addresses, he sold everything he had, all his servers, his whole hookup, his whole everything, lots of software that he had proprietorial rights to. And so he probably, and I'm not really sure what he made, but a lot more than what he would have made in 10 years of working. And so it gave him that place that he could somewhat relax and not have to worry about losing everything. But he, like I said, what he did and what was up in his head was worth millions. And there were a number of other folk there was a woman I lived with, Christine Barton. If you go Google her, she's like just whoa. That little lamp that is Pixar's little logo, that was her Stanford PhD thesis. And it was basically stolen from her because she was a student there on their nickel. They said they owned that, right? And that algorithm she created out of thin air is basically the basement of all, digital animation, and that's how brilliant she was. And if you go look at her, she's like did a zillion things. And we were together about 3 years. And I was like the only guy. I understood exactly what she was doing. And, when she would tell me stuff, it wasn't like I'd have like a look on my face like, I don't know what you're talking about. I knew everything. I didn't know how she was doing it, but I understood everything she was doing. I understood the social anthropologic dynamics of technology. I mean, that was one of the things I made money at, understanding that connectivity. And the fact that I could, go in and she would, how the movie The Matrix is and the code is like floating. Her lab at GE, she had 10 monitors and 6 keyboards, and she would be clicking at them all at the same time, and it'd all be running at the same time. It was multi-dimensional, like 12-dimension program, not just the linear thing that they do today. But this girl was off the hook, and so I understand that psyche, and I had my degree in psychology by then. So and we had an amazing relationship on every friggin' level, right? And she was so scary to men, and that was her problem. She couldn't relate to. I mean, she was a real human being and really sweet and nice and had emotions that were great and aspirations and dreams and you name it, like every other human. But she was so brilliant and I could keep up with her, right? I could have fun with her, and so we were a good team. But at a certain point, she just kind of went into the ether, right? She says, I love you, but I would like to marry you, but you're in this non-marrying point, and I love what we got, but at a certain point, it's like I really love it. It really fulfills my human needs, but I'm so in this other thing. I mean, she would be in that digital world for days at a time. I mean, she just be in her. I mean, it got to the point where GE would lose $5,000 for, she would like me to be with her because could be typing on all 6 keyboards and looking at the 20 screens and still have a conversation with me. And she goes, this is really good for me. It's loosening me up. It's like I'm really able to do more when we're talking and you're with me, rubbing my back. And every now and then we get a little smoochy. And because her office was always pitch black, right? And so that company had to give me, they wanted to hire me to be her boyfriend. Her boss said, she's so much better now that she's with you. You guys live together, and that we want to hire you because we don't understand her. She freaks us out, but she's doing this stuff that no one can do, so we need her. And she's so much better. She works with everyone so much better now that you guys are together. So we don't want you to ever leave her side because then she'll go back to being the scary monster that we don't know how to deal with. And she wasn't a scary monster. She was just so evolved. She was like, her head was like that big. I mean, she was just, but she's still a human being, had all that stuff. And we just had so much fun. And I constantly, and she was up for anything. Not everyone is up for anything. She was up for anything. And she was everything great about her. There wasn't a thing, to me anyway, that was a negative. There wasn't anything, I wish she wasn't this way. No, but everything she was, I loved. And it got to this place where she goes, I either have to like encapsulate you into my world or we have to say goodbye. And so we just kind of went our separate ways. Because she goes, even if I encapsulated you, then all the things I love about you would be encapsulated and it wouldn't work. So anyway, we had 3 amazing years, and then she disappeared. She could be on Mars for all I know, because all the people I knew who she had female friends who, like Louise Etra, who is another. Louise Etra and Christine started SIGGRAPH, which is the IEEE's Special Interest Research Group for Computer Graphics, right? And before them, the IEEE, which is the premier, oldest electrical engineering consortium group, nonprofit thing. Anybody who's an electrical engineer has their little IEEE button. I have mine. I also have a Magnum pin too, which it's really a tight clip with a Leica on it. And so, like I said, I belong to all these very interesting, esoteric, social, political, spiritual, technological entities, and I still have my connects with all of them. They all call me up. It was, and so you're watching this. What do you think of this? Right, like the whole thing about cryptocurrencies. That's a very interesting thing. And Bitcoin, it's not going to work. But there's another thing called Ethereum there's the guy who wrote. He finally got the patent, and he wrote that thing like 8 years ago. And it's one of those in technology. There are things that are clunky that work, and then there are things that are like beautiful, like everything is perfect, and it's just one of those things. The gods came together and made it work, And so, it's sounding lady, yeah, let's say, like I said, she's could go, Google her, Christine Barton. And like I said, her resume is forever. She's done so many freaking amazing, and they're not all the same. Not just computer stuff. She's done all kinds of. She's just so brilliant. Like when they did the human genome thing, and the guy who ran it out of Brookhaven, but he had this other thing. She taught at New York Institute of Technology, and she taught at the New School, and she taught everywhere. And so he got the federal government to give him like $1 billion. He said, it'll take us 30 years to, map out the human genome, right? This is like in the 1980s, right? And she ran into this guy, and she had read, and she read every kind of technical journal there ever was. And she said, I could build a program, a computer program, and I'm thinking of a device that would physically do what you need to do, that would be automated. And I bet you, if you gave me some money to do this, I could build a device and a program to do this instead of 30 years, maybe 2, maybe 3. 5 at the most. And just think how much more money that $1 billion would be worth, And he said, oh, you can't do that. And I mean, he knew her pedigree and all the other things she did. And so it's not like he was going, you're just a girl. He was going, no one could do this. And she goes, well, give me X amount of cash, which is nothing compared to what your budget is. So I can and a place, either in he had this like castle-y building on the east coast of Long Island, on the Long Island Sound, just near Brookhaven, and it's definitely a DARPA thing. It was definitely being done through Brookhaven. Anyway, she went there for a few weeks, made a few preliminary things, and then started writing a base program, and then started working on the sensors and the device that might need it. And she, with the stuff they had at that place, and the people they had at the place. They made a rudimentary everything, and then she did a more finer, like really, industrial version of it. And they went off and got somebody who was, really professional about doing all that, and did it, and like within 6 months, they got it to the place where it was totally a professional industrial device and software, and just started knocking it out. And they not only did it, they did it like in 18 months. It's like, they just crushed it, right? And she got a nice paycheck, because after her experiences with like Stanford and other people who just ripped her off, and hanging out with me, saying, well, before you ever do anything like that, always get a good lawyer and have a ironclad contract, And so she did. And so she got a nice chunk out of that. And a few other things that I was around for her. And I said, better get a lawyer, And she did. And so she, by, that was the 80s. And so by the last time I really had any word for her was I had left all of that. And I left Cornell, and I had gone to Asheville. So the last time she kind of cruised through Asheville, early 90s, 92 maybe, and that was it. And she went basically invisible. Like I said, she could be on Mars for all I know. But her presence on Wikipedia is definitely there. Let's see what Wikipedia has to say. Christine Barton. Well, there she is. Nope, that's not her. Managing director, a senior partner, WHOor program manager. A lot of Christine Bartons. On this search, Christine Barton. Professor Facebook, no. Christine Barton, PhD, let's see. Clinic, that might be the one. Provide, no, not that. Man, there are so many, and they're all amazing women. Christine Barton is the name for amazing women. No. And they're amazing women that have nothing to do, their husbands or boyfriends aren't mentioned whatsoever. That's really amazing. How many are there? Wow, there's unlimited. What? It's 2,100 Christine Bartons. Yes, that is a famous name. Yep. So, it would be nice to have a crew. So, because these Russian bot guys, it would be great to have somebody who was a hacker that could like hack back into them and see who they really are and what they really do. And, like I have such little presence on the internet that to have folks like that to have an interest in me is interesting. Interesting to see who they are. Anyway, Well, let's see. Oh, we went by the. I wanted to get out of here at 4:44. So I think I'm just gonna go. Okay. Talk to you later. Drop me a line on my email, and we'll see you later, guys. I love you all. See you tomorrow. As long as I have internet, I will be here. And you can go look at all my other shows. You can go binge watch. Let's see. And lots more stuff.